And we are live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the October 19th work session of the East Hampton Town Board. Carol, would you please read the roll call?
Councilwoman Burke Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilman Leese.
Present.
Councilwoman Overby.
Here.
Councilman Bragman. Supervisor Van Scoyac.
Present. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today's work session will begin with a public portion where any member of the public may give their comments. We ask that you keep them to 3 minutes or less. The following topics will be discussed. We'll have bids from our purchasing director, Jeannie Carrozza, a legal update on airport post-grant assurances with our outside counsel, Cooley. William O'Connor will be presenting. A CARP update with Kim Shaw, our natural resources director, and Samantha Klein. A discussion of cannabis legislation led by our town attorney, John Jelnicki, followed by liaison reports, and we'll have some resolutions to offer today as well. So without any further ado, if we could go to public comment. Jason, do you have any callers on the line?
Yes, we do. I have 2 callers on the line. Let me unmute the first caller right now.
Thank you.
Hello, caller, ending 6209. You are on the air. Hello.
Yes, hi, good morning. This is Catherine Sly. I'm a local resident here in East Hampton. Just had a couple of comments that I wanted to say about something that happened at a prior board meeting. I was appalled and dismayed after hearing the egregious, inaccurate comments made by several town board members during the October 5th, 2021 meeting about the medevac operations at the East Hampton Airport. Board Member Overby made several wild misrepresentations to our community about the medevac operations at HTO based on the inaccurate statements of some of her fellow anti-airport activist friends. And both Board Member Bragman and Supervisor Van Scoyac agreed with her, and with the supervisor claiming that it is a misconception that the airport is used quite a bit for medevac. You 3 board members were happy to pronounce this information as fact to the community and basically impugn anyone saying otherwise by saying they were spreading misleading information. So I spoke to one of the medevac pilots, and he confirmed that those statements were both inaccurate and surprising, and he provided me a letter that he'd like for me to read to you here today about the medevac operations. It says, "Dear East Hampton Board, I write in support of the continued availability of the East Hampton Airport, HTO. I am a line pilot and supervisor of the aviation section of the Suffolk County Police Department with 34 years of flight experience. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Professional Aeronautics and a Master of Aeronautical Science in Aviation, Aerospace Safety Systems, and Human Factors. The aviation section of the Suffolk County Police Department medevac operations operates 24/7 from the Long Island MacArthur Airport in Ronkonkoma and from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. from Gabreski Airport in West Hampton Beach, 365 days a year, and provides medevac, search and rescue, and police services to all 10 towns in Suffolk County, employing 4 aircraft, 21 pilots, and 24 flight paramedics from the Stony Brook University Hospital, and 4 mechanics. The East Hampton Airport is critical to the safe medevac operations in the town of East Hampton. First, it is a secure landing zone, and we do not require police or fire assets to secure it for us, as we would when landing in a street or a park or a schoolyard. Second, it is safe. It is a known environment without obstacles such as trees or wires. Third, although we operate under visual flight rules, HTO has instrument approaches available that should we encounter unforecasted adverse weather and need to make a precautionary landing, we can use it. Fourth, there is fuel available should we need to use it during emission requirements or strong winds. Last, in the event of a major storm or natural disaster affecting the South Fork, HTO is a natural staging area to fly in supplies and fly out evacuees. Were the airport to close, we would lose all of these safety and operationally beneficial options. From a risk management perspective, I would choose an airport landing zone like HTO any day over landing on a road, in a park, or in a schoolyard because of the safety benefits. We operate day and night with night vision goggles, so having a known, obstacle-free, secure landing zone available 24/7 is invaluable to us. We are capable of landing in various places, but the airport is the superior option because the risk is so much lower. I have discussed preferability of the airport with our staff, and all agree that the factors detailed above are crucial to our ability to safely and efficiently serve the people of Suffolk County and the town of East Hampton. Working with our flight paramedic supervisor, I have reviewed the medevac statistics, and nearly 60% of medevac operations in East Hampton town take place from the East Hampton Airport. Specifically, from January through October, there were 93 total medevacs in East Hampton, of which 54 were flown from the East Hampton Airport. We use HTO as an intercept point for Montauk and other agencies coming from further east than HTO. The majority of the medevacs that originate in Montauk use East Hampton Airport for a landing zone because we use it as an intercept point to reduce total travel time for the patient. When the helicopter is called, the ambulance starts driving west, and the helicopter flies east, and we meet up at HTO for the patient transfer. We also do have a few from Havens Beach and Sag Harbor, but in that case, we are landing in a neighborhood and may have the helicopter running next to people's houses at 4 a.m. We are actually quieter overall operating from the East Hampton Airport because we are usually on the ground with engines running for about 10 to 15 minutes as the patient is assessed by our flight medics and packaged for air transport. My fellow medevac pilots and I support the continued operation of the East Hampton Airport as an important resource for our medevac operations. Thank you for your careful consideration of our concerns. Respectfully submitted, Sergeant John J. Vahey, Executive Officer of the Aviation Section of the Suffolk County Police Department. So I wanted to just make sure that you were aware of the actual facts and that the misinformation was not being spread further. I personally, as a resident of East Hampton, am kind of concerned about the level of gaslighting by our elected officials. The idea that one of our elected officials would go out of their way to make representations to our community about critical life-saving and safety issues without actually knowing the facts is a bit outrageous. Two of the recent surveys, both the Dodson Flank Report and the Local Democratic Election Survey, have confirmed that more than 80% of our community wants to keep the airport open. So I'm asking you, listen to your community. Stop insulting and being brazenly condescending to your community members, your residents, and the people you're supposed to represent by accusing them of spreading misleading information about important issues like medevac operations, when it turns out you yourselves are the ones that are actually doing that. We as a community deserve better from our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I just want to say I don't think anybody has suggested that medevac operations would cease at the airport regardless of whatever restrictions or future holds. But thank you for taking the time to call in. Can we go to the next caller, please?
Peter, can I just quickly say that the information that I was given was from, and I reported on it from the Waynescott CAC, whose members had attended the Just Plain Fun Day on September the 11th, and they had gone and talked to the person that was, I guess there was a medevac helicopter there. And a lot of the information is exactly what Catherine just said. They're based and fly in and out of West Hampton Beach. 2 helicopters are based there and staffed until 11 p.m. And in Islip, 2 helicopters based there, and they're available 24 hours a day. When they're directed by the police or 911, they go into action. It's not residents that call, it's the police that call for the helicopters. They'll fly directly from those base stations to a spot near the emergency itself.
And that's not true.
I'm just saying what was said to me.
I just read the letter from
Catherine, I'm gonna
and I appreciate that. And I hope you send that letter to all the town board members and because I think it's an important piece of information and I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure that people understood and that you understood that this was coming from folks at the Wayne-Scott CAC who had gone to your event, Just Plain Fun Day, and spoken to an EMT. I have her name and her badge number, which I won't repeat here. But if you want that information, that might be helpful. And we can get together and talk about it and make sure that all of our information is accurate for everybody. Because I think that's an important part of all of this, is that we get accurate and consistent information. So I appreciate it, Catherine. And we should be able to work together to make sure that what's out there is correct. So thank you. I appreciate it.
I just wanted to add that it's pretty clear that we can accommodate emergency operations at the location of the airport, no matter what happens with the airport.
Okay, moving on now to our next caller, please.
Okay. Hello, caller ending 6643. You're on the air.
Hello, this is Maureen Bluedorn. I feel like friend and family. First of all, I just want to apologize. I don't think anyone should be more than diplomatic in our discussions of what we're trying to do with the airport. I mean, this is a contentious issue. We know that, and there are several sides to it, but there is no reason to insult the board. So I just want to apologize for anyone doing that. You know, it's interesting. Speaking of reading something, I received from a friend in New York a notice from the Midtown Gazette of New York that I also will read. It reads, "The smell of jet fumes fill the air as residents scoot, bike, and walk along the stretch of the West Side Greenway bordering West 30th Heliport in Midtown. Behind the fence, secured with a padlock, sits 8,000-gallon jet fuel tank. Signs warning caution, high winds surround the perimeter. When grounded, the helicopters are not very noticeable, but once airborne, that quickly changes. Residents complain about noisy helicopters increased over 1,000% during the first 10 days of September as compared to the same time in 2020, according to the city's 311 data. Now, Midtown Community Board is fighting to restrict the heliport to essential flights only. As commuter flights return, the trust data indicates a 192% increase in flight traffic from last year. Most are commuter trips to the Hamptons, Westchester, and New York City airports. There are other ways to get to the Hamptons. This is our home, said Ms. McCracken. McCracken is against the non-essential use of New York City. She points to the environmental concerns, noise, pollution, and socioeconomic imbalance. They're in New York. It's not in East Hampton, but they are coming out here. And we've heard from people from Brooklyn as well. And I also realize, we can use the airport for medevac. Nobody has ever said that that is going to be blocked. But we really do need to do something about the jets, the fuel traffic supplies, and the helicopters at the East Hampton Airport. And I think all of the studies that I have seen that have been conducted point to that. So I just want to speak to that issue again and make sure that we keep it in the forefront. And thank you for the time that you're putting into this.
Well, thank you for taking the time, Maureen, to call in. It's good to hear from you again.
Move on to the next caller?
Moving on. Yes, please.
Okay, moving on to the next caller. Hello, caller, 8764. You are on the air. Hello.
Yes, good morning. This is David Buddha. I am calling to follow up with you from the discussion at the last meeting concerning the upcoming CPF project plan addition and proposed acquisition of 3 building lots on Green Hollow Road. I know the public hearing will be on Thursday. It's scheduled to be on Thursday, and I assume it won't be adjourned. I have been doing my best to become fully informed, but I just want to clarify something so I certainly have the correct information. Peter, I went back to the meeting and wrote down the following. I just wanted you to confirm that this is an accurate statement of your understanding of the facts. I believe you said there's a stretch of woods at the back of that field that would be completely cleared and decimated. There are no clearing restrictions on those specific lots. They are grandfathered through that subdivision. Is that an accurate statement of what you said?
I believe that's the information that was given to me regarding those lots. And I believe one of the lots is already being developed and has been completely denuded.
Well, that's unfortunate because there's a scenic easement on it facing Green Hollow Road. And I'd like to inquire who told you that information, just so I know where you get your information.
I don't think John, am I able to divulge that since the discussion took place in executive session?
Okay, fine, fair enough. And I know that Sylvia, fair enough. And I know that Sylvia was the vice chairman of the planning board in 2005, so she probably has some recollection of the details of that open space subdivision that occurred. But let me just give you a hint. The conditional final approval filed August 11th, 2005 states, after acknowledging that the portion of the property of the subdivision that was to be created as an ag reserve and to be acquired by the town obviously has no clearing restrictions. The following statement is part of the record, which obviously you were not informed about or not correctly informed about. The approved vacant parcels, meaning the 4 building lots, must meet the newly enacted clearing restrictions, period, end quote. Those lots require, by my calculation, 35% of area not to be cleared based on their size. And that's not including the additional scenic easement along the street frontage of Green Hollow Road. So, Mr. Supervisor, please correct your information, and I hope that that will be of significance to people. And then I have one more thing, again, in preparation for the hearing. I have tried through the FOIL and open meeting law request to obtain the names of any documents that reveal the names of the persons or entities that have indicated their intention to donate the sum of $2,645,000 directly to the CPF fund towards the purchase price of $6.8+ million. The only response I've received from the town so far is that Mr. Scott Wilson, who presumably is the most knowledgeable person as the director of the Department of Land Acquisition and Management, states that he has nothing that would indicate those identities in his possession. And yet, at the same time, he does advise me that the property proposed acquisition was, quote, brought to us by a broker and interested neighbors. And yet, he doesn't know the names of the broker or the interested neighbors, which I don't understand how that can be. Of course, lawyers are trained to speak out of both sides of their mouth. I didn't realize that town bureaucrats were also trained to speak out of both sides of their mouth. So I'm asking you whether or not the town intends to make available to me and any other interested member of the public the names of the people who have indicated and that you are relying upon to contribute $2.645 million towards this acquisition. Will that be made public before or at the public hearing?
I'll defer to town attorney on that question.
Whether it'll
Good.
be made
I've sent him a
public
letter
at that
asking
point,
him to respond to me.
I can't. I will respond, David. Submit a FOIL for documentation as to that effect, and we'll respond with documents that we have that are responsive. Asking questions in a FOIL, as you know, is not the purpose of a FOIL. You have to request documents. So request documents. I'm assuming you requested the documents, and I'm sure David in my office is putting that together for you. I believe he told
Okay,
me
first
that
of all,
he
you have to
he
understand
followed
that.
up from you last week. I'm sorry?
Okay, in addition to the FOIL requirements, which give you at a minimum 5 days and you can take up to 20 days to respond, the open meetings law requires that the same documents be made available for purposes of the hearing, for the people who are interested in a public hearing. And that's why you have public hearings, so that informed citizens can participate. So I direct you, and I'll send you another email reminding you that I have submitted to the town and to you, I believe to you as well, my October 15th request in writing under FOIL and the open meeting law. I will resend it to you and to Mr. McMaster, and I hope that someone has the courtesy to inform the public as to what is going on here. Thank you.
I just want to jump in and say I would like to see that information too. I understand that we don't have to create documents that we don't have, but I think on a transaction of this size, the information that David is talking about is quite relevant, and we should have it as a part of our decision-making record.
You're entitled to have that as the board. So you requesting that, I'll make sure Scott gives you that information.
I would appreciate that, John. Thank you.
But Scott just told me that he doesn't have it. He doesn't know, not in his possession.
David, I'm not really here to debate you on this point. You've made your point. I understand what you want. We'll get you responsive documents, but I'm not sure where they are. I know what you're talking about. We'll locate them and we'll share them according to the FOIL statutes, okay? Not really sure what else you want to say.
Open meeting law. FOIL
open meetings law doesn't. The open meetings law, there's a hearing on a particular contract to acquire. That contract's available. You've already gotten that. So I would take the position we fulfilled our requirements on the open meetings law. That's what the hearing's about. That's what is available to the public. You'll have more information than that because you've made a FOIL request for it. So you'll get your information. I don't know what else you want me to say. I don't have it in front of me right now. I can't read it to you right now, but I'm happy to provide it to you.
The contract makes no mention about the contribution from interested neighbors. The contract is devoid of any mention of it, and yet that is the subject of the public hearing.
David, you've made your point. The town attorneys responded. I don't know what else there is to say on the topic.
Mr. Supervisor, if you could just respond to what I informed you about as far as the clearing restrictions on the lots.
Well, we'll certainly take a look at that. I'm not aware of that.
Well, no, to the contrary, you said quite definitively that that was not the case, so you were misinformed.
That's possible. Thank you for calling, David. Thank you for calling.
You're more than
David.
welcome.
Have a good day. Do we have any other callers on the line, Jason?
Yes, we do. Unmuting next caller now. Hello, caller ending 3186. You are on the air. Hello. One more time. Caller ending in 3186. You are on the air. Hello. If you've muted yourself accidentally, just always keep yourself unmuted. We do that on our end over here. Hello? Okay. Not responsive. Moving on to next caller. Hello, caller ending 5678. You're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi there. Can you hear okay?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, good morning. My name is Eric Saltzman. I'm a resident of Sag Harbor, not your area, and I've had the pleasure of meeting in the past with a couple of your members. I'm a long-time pilot. My first flights were as a student pilot into East Hampton about 53 years ago. My wife has a business in East Hampton, a full-time business. We use the plane for business and pleasure. I appreciate all the balancing of interests you have to do. I'm bothered by certain kinds of noise as well. And you've got a tough problem in front of you, and I appreciate all the work on it. One thing I want to say, though, that I think has been not emphasized in the right way is the safety uses of the East Hampton Airport. I know there are discussions about helicopters being able to fly in anywhere into ball fields or parking lots or even the East Hampton Airport if the airport were closed and not maintained as an airport with runways and instrument approaches and buildings suitable for a mass emergency event. So I began to look at the hurricane problem. You probably know much of this. The bridges over the Shinnecock Canal are barely 25 feet, two of them. The highest is 25 feet over the mean high water. And I went back and looked at some of the reporting from the 1938 hurricane, which was probably the worst one we've had. And the Army Corps of Engineers reports that the storm surge was 30 feet high. And I have that citation for you. Here's what the Army Corps of Engineers report said in 1999. Before the eye reached land about 3:30, the winds were from the northeast and east. The eye provided 20 minutes of calm, followed by furious south and southwest winds. Survivors from West Hampton Beach reported that within minutes, a 30-foot wall of water overwhelmed the barrier, smashing houses into sticks. And then in Massachusetts, where the hurricane arrived next, there was a 30-foot surge, and then waves 20 or 30 feet higher than that. And so one should plan, I think, for those routes being blocked. And there is widespread agreement that hurricanes are getting worse, more in frequency and in seriousness. Roads could be blocked as well, not just those routes. The Southampton Hospital could be overwhelmed. We have a lot more, I don't know how many times more people in construction and dwellings and other buildings close to the ocean. All of this just to say that helicopter relief is really not good enough. When you have mass relief to the Bahamas or to Haiti, they use C-130s, big 4-engine turboprops. We sometimes see them training. They can be outfitted, they are outfitted as mobile hospitals and emergency rooms. They can bring in aid, they can take people out. And we're fortunate to have C-130s at bases both inland, not that far from us, maybe 30 minutes away, and much closer than that. And the other thing I want to mention is helicopters can be used, but I've done training in my time as a pilot with military people. They hate using improvised areas in an emergency when things are tough. The more you can standardize approaches and all of that, the happier they are. And the East Hampton Airport now is filled with hangars, places to stage things, places to put equipment. So I think you get the point. The point is figuring out the uses of the East Hampton Airport is a very wise thing to do, and I appreciate it. Closing the airport and turning it into something else so it could not be used as an airport, and I need an airport with runways adequate for mass evacuation and mass relief in the event of a really, really bad hurricane as sea levels rise, I think is a very unwise thing to do. I think hopefully we never have an event like that, but I think if people looked back in 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 years, and we had an event like that and wondered how a board or the community could have closed the resource, a safety resource, I think that would be viewed in the future, looking back, as a very, very unwise decision. And I'd be happy to send you some of the information I gathered, by the way, about the 38 hurricane, but it's available everywhere.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Eric, to make your comments known to us.
Okay. Be well.
You too.
I'll
Do we have
unmute
any
the
other
next.
callers on the line?
Yes, we do. I'll unmute the next caller now. Hello, caller, ending 8974. You're on the air. Hello.
Yes, good morning. This is John Corain in Sag Harbor as well, a member of the Noyak Civic Council. And I'm calling again this morning to remind the board and appeal to the board that the major disruption of quality of life by your airport is being done to the residents in the town of Southampton and residents on the North Fork. And what I had understood was going to happen was significant change, possibly closure, and I'm starting to get concerned that there's some backtracking on that. I was disappointed to hear what the consultant said was the voice of the community. I attended a couple of those sessions to both participate and listen in, and what I heard was much more dramatic than was reported back. So I'm going to limit myself to 3 minutes, but I will say that I find it ironic that the gentleman who spoke before me was concerned about rising tides and hurricanes when I think there's pretty much global consensus that the worst offenders to the carbon footprint is the aviation industry. And the town of East Hampton has the opportunity to do something significant. And when people look back 30 or 40 years from now, I think maybe people will look back and say that this town board had the opportunity to do something great for our environment. And I hope that is what you choose to do, because it's starting to feel like this is turning into class warfare, that the haves who have an extraordinary amount of wealth really don't give a darn about the middle-class communities that they're impacting, nor the environment that they're destroying. And they will do anything and say anything to keep their precious airplanes and their helicopter flights to make their commutes from Wall Street easier. And I can't express how disappointed I am with what I perceive as backtracking by the board's recent comments, with the exception of one. So I again beseech you to do the right thing. You've got the opportunity to give the East End a gift that'll last the generations, or to live with the status quo, which really it would be a terrible way to go. So thank you for the opportunity to speak again today to you, and I wish you all well.
Thanks for taking the time to comment, John. Be well.
I'll unmute the next caller. Hello, caller ending 4221. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello. Good morning, board. It's Jane Mearing and Emma Gansett. I had a quick question. I guess it was over the last week or so, I heard the topic of curfews come up as a potential solution or resolution for, the concerns around the airport. I was surprised to hear that come up again after all the discussion and all the analysis. It sort of feels like, what's that saying, bringing a butter knife to a gunfight. I am just curious, it's come up again. So is there specific data that's sort of been crunched out that really does show the number of flights that are coming in and out, before certain hours and after certain hours? So maybe I've missed it in all the presentations, but is that available? And has that analysis been done? That's my first question.
So we do have flight tracking data that shows number of flights. And in terms of, curfews, that's not a solution to addressing volume, but right. It does address hours of operation. And I think it has to be part of the consideration for any future regulations if the airport is to stay open. It's not a solution to, again, the volume of operations. That has to come from other restrictions, but it certainly shouldn't be excluded. I do believe that the airport continues to operate, that we should have limits on the hours of operation.
I just want to jump in with a comment, if I may.
Sorry.
I just wanted to jump in with a comment, if I may, and that is that's an important statement that Peter just made. What curfews tend to do, even when it's good when we get compliance with curfews, because it's you're not waking people up at in the middle of the night or very early in the morning. But we know they're not going to reduce the actual quantity of traffic. So it is not a solution to the issue that we're dealing with, and keeping alluding to the curfews as if it's something that's going to really solve the problem is contrary to our experience, because we knew when we were trying to do the Part 161 study, we had indications from the FAA that they would consent to curfews, and we readily understood that that was not going to solve the problem, because if you really want to improve the quality of life for people who are suffering the effects of aircraft noise and the related effects, you have to reduce the number of aircraft. And when you do that, that's where the rubber hits the road. We need fewer or many fewer operations in the airport, and that's one reason that I suggested suspending commercial traffic and implementing some local controls and monitoring and changing course as necessary, so that we immediately give, as a first priority, immediately give relief to people the hundreds of people, probably thousands of people that are contacting us saying that their lives are being seriously impacted, and then work through adjustments that we have to make, because we have to protect every resident in town, not just Wayne-Scott, not just Springs. We have to protect Montauk. It's clear, they've sent a clear message that they need to know that we have their back. And the other thing is you can't, something I've heard repeatedly is, a promise to Montauk that nothing's going to happen to Montauk. And then out of the other side of the statement is, but I'm going to control traffic by, regulating noisy aircraft, because you can't do one without the other. You can't make a blanket promise that nothing's going to happen to Montauk and then say, but I'm going to control traffic for the rest of East Hampton by regulating the type and numbers of aircraft. You can't square those two statements. They're contradictory, and they can't both be true. We really have to be bold and work on a solution that lowers the quantity of traffic in that airport.
So if I can just add on to just a point on timing. I don't have all the data, but this summer, as I was trying to get educated as much as I could about the airport issues, I actually went to the FlightAware page, like every day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, where you have the heaviest traffic. And, there was very little air traffic that I saw real time documented coming in really, in the early morning hours and in the later night hours. Between 10 a.m. and I'm going to say, 7 p.m., it's a flight like every 1.5, to 3 minutes coming in. Our friends at Sound Air Aviation or whatever they are, on their landing page, they are saying that, and these are their words, users of jet shares, please respect curfews before 7 a.m. and after 11 p.m. And they say it's, a small sacrifice they can make to be neighborly to the locals and protect their luxury. So I just wanted to also say that I don't think curfews at this point are going to be effective. But I would love to see the actual data, crunched out by the town if it's going to be a part of the plan. Thanks.
I just want to add one more comment, if I can, and that is that, we know that what they say about these ultra luxury travelers is that they place a high value on their time. And, just plain folks who live here, part-time, full-time, whatever, also put a high value on their time. And a lot of that time is, we're in time periods when planes are allowed to fly, like early Friday evenings, early Saturday mornings, Sunday evenings, Monday mornings. So curfews are not going to do it. We have to have a bolder plan That's why I've suggested a way to make a decision by starting with, by suspending commercial traffic and monitoring it, as we'll be able to do. We'll hear more about this as our attorney speaks. If we have local control of the airport, we can make adjustments in real time, and we can observe the effects of the actions that we take and adjust. So I think we have to do something much bolder, and I haven't heard it from the town board to date, and I'm worried about it too.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in and say, I appreciate your comments, Jeff, but the focus being placed on the curfews only in my statement is really unfortunate, because I've said very clearly that we need to be able to address other aircraft, the noisiest aircraft, and that there's a path forward to do that. And particularly with jets, larger jets, they're not going to divert to Montauk because they can't physically land there. And, just keep focusing on curfews. I think they absolutely have to be part of the discussion, but they're not going to affect overall volume. But it might be nice to actually be able to be outside on a Friday afternoon and enjoy peace and quiet on your deck, because there was an aircraft curfew that precluded operations within those particular hours.
Well, what would you do to helicopters?
But you know what, Jeff, we're going to have an opportunity to discuss this later. I think Kathy wanted to make a comment.
I just wanted to ask you that quick question. What would you do to helicopters?
What, Jeff? This is public comment. We're really supposed to be hearing from the public. You've spoken for well over 2 minutes on the topic. Kathy wanted to make a quick comment. I'd just like to hear what you would do with helicopters. They're the noisiest aircraft. What would you do?
They're not the noisiest.
So if I may, so back in March 18th, 2016, here's a presentation we got from HMMH. It was a review of operations and complaints in the 2015 summer season at East Hampton Airport. It's when curfews were in effect. And it said what the two curfews accomplished. The night curfew is extremely successful, almost total elimination of nighttime operations, reduction in complaints. The extended curfew is extremely successful. Significant decrease in noisy aircraft operations during sensitive hours, identical decrease in complaints during sensitive hours, shift to quieter aircraft during sensitive hours, dramatic spike in operations of noisy aircraft from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., but no corresponding spike from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then it goes on to say on the next page that there was for noisy helicopters, there was a 25% decrease in complaints. So, I think, people keep harping on complaints, as the supervisor said, and the way that I've characterized it, there's going to be a suite of restrictions, and we would be remiss if we didn't include curfews in that suite. And we have the data because we had curfews in effect for the 2015 and the 2016 season.
That really just echoes what I've said, that the traffic obeys, the traffic goes into the non-curfew hours. And I think the big question that everybody wants to know, because everybody knows it's the worst problem, is what are you going to do about helicopters? And how can you say to Montauk, nothing's going to happen to you, and at the same time say what you're going to do?
Jeff, under your plan, they're all going to Montauk. And Montauk told you loud and clear on Sunday, they don't want that.
Well, we can talk about Montauk as we go on.
We can talk about all these things. And again, I'm going to ask that we go back to public comment, because this is, the period of the meeting where the public is supposed to be giving us their comments, not a discussion between board members. We'll have that discussion later.
Okay. Moving on to next caller.
Thank you.
All right. Give me a second. And hello, caller ending 4937. You're on the air. Hello. Hello, caller ending 4937. I think I heard something move just now. Hey, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
loud and
good
clear.
morning.
This is Barry Raybeck calling.
Hi, Barry.
Can you hear me now? Hi, guys.
I can hear you fine.
Thanks for doing this. Thanks for the opportunity to call in. I'm the director of the Coalition to Transform the Airport. And as you know, I've been in this battle for the quality of life and the end to this disastrous environmental pit that is East Hampton Airport now for 13 years. Just a couple of points. I don't think this is particularly logical that we have to keep the airport because storms are becoming more severe. When storms are becoming more severe due to man-made carbon emissions, of which aircraft operations are a major factor. We have to keep the airport as it is because of medevac needs when we know you don't need an entire airport for that. What the airport advocates don't ever discuss are the major problems due to just the fear-mongering of which basically covers those problems. The problems are these. Pollution, number one. This includes a 47-acre Superfund site at the airport right now where the 47 acres of underground water of our sole source aquifer has been destroyed by pollution emanating from the airport, PFAS chemicals to be precise. Carbon emissions, they don't like to talk about that. Tons of destructive air pollution. Lead pollution. East Hampton Airport, of 900 sites noted for lead contamination in the state, East Hampton Airport is 35th highest. It's worse than JFK and LaGuardia. And this is in large measure because of small planes, which are still using leaded avgas. So we are allowing people to fly around happily recreating and dumping lead on the rest of us. Noise. 50,000 complaints in 2019, just in 3 months, from 600 sites all over a 30-mile radius of the airport, not to even mention the rest of Long Island and New York City. The airporters say it's a few people who were stupid enough to build houses near an airport. Well, that's just simply not true. And plus, people who built their houses close to the airport, which could be 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, most of them built their houses long before the airport was anything close to what it is today, or they wouldn't have done it. So another factor that is really essential to keep in mind is that this is public land. We have reserved 600 acres of our land as a flying club used by 1% of the population. We are subsidizing our own destruction. We are destroying our own planet. What will we say to our children and their children as to what we have done or not done? They're going to say, what were you guys thinking about? You knew there was a climate crisis, and you're saying it's still okay to fly a jet that gives off more pollution in an hour than 300 cars in a year? And that's okay because some guy wants to do it? And then he maybe goes to a meeting of the Sierra Club? Finally, the airport operators, such as Blade, they are basically operating by threatening us, threatening extortion and fear. They are even stealing the signs that our coalition is putting out. They're stealing them as fast as we can put them up. We've had to involve the police in this because they've stolen so far over 200 signs, so usually within half an hour of us putting up. So they don't want a discussion. They don't want a counter proposal. They just want to obliterate any attempt to do the right thing so that they can continue to do the wrong thing. And I hope that you guys, because you do care, you are members of the community, you are aware of the environmental degradation, you are going through this process, and you have a chance to do something that I think is noble. I don't think it's heroic because I do think it's common sense. I understand the political difficulties. I'm hoping that buying Montauk Airport is part of the conversation soon, and we can have 2 parks or 2 huge areas of very, very valuable land that 99%, 100% of the people can use, rather than having this huge ongoing mess that is East Hampton Airport and is destroying the quality of life and the environment for everyone. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barry.
Thanks, Barry.
Appreciate that.
Moving on to next caller. Yes. And unmuting right now. Hello, caller ending 4290. You're on the air. Hello.
I think this is me. Can you hear me? This is David Ryan.
Yes, David.
Hello?
We hear you loud and clear. Good afternoon. Good morning.
So I live out in Montauk. I keep a plane based at the Montauk Airport. Run a business out here, a sailboat business. I have a couple of thoughts. The overarching theme of these thoughts is, why is this the area? I agree. Huge quality of life crisis on the East End for sure. This is not the place that I moved to 30 years ago, by a lot. So I'm just trying to figure out why this is the quality of life issue that's risen to the top of our agenda. So the first thing I want to bring up, echoing some of the thoughts of the previous aviator that called, is the Chesterton's Gate principle. You all know about Chesterton's Gate? That's a no.
Oh, you can tell us.
Come to a gate, route, getting in your way, you want to remove it. First, you have to know why it's there. Why did somebody go through the trouble of putting a gate there, even if you can't see the purpose? So we had some callers talk about the 1%, getting into some real class warfare stuff about how it's like the elites, whatnot. You know, my family income is below the average for this part of the country. I'm not the elite. I'm an aviator. The airport's there for a reason. Get out of it, and you're going to see that it's a logical place to have a tertiary level airport. If you get out a chart, you see that there are similar airports in Westerly, Groton, New Haven, West Hampton. Airports like this are not uncommon. They dot the landscape, and East Hampton is a logical place to have an airport of this size. It was put there for a reason. If you're going to get rid of it, you should understand that reason. The previous caller spoke to that, and it's nothing to do with this kind of 1% class warfare nonsense that some of the other callers are bringing up. Second thing, complaints. Like I said, I run boats out here. They're sailboats. Everybody loves sailboats, low carbon, floating with the wind, very scenic. People complain about my sailboats. They do. They call us up here at the office. We don't like your sailboat. They call Ed Michaels. Ed, you got to do something about the sailboat blocking my view of the sunset. So people complain about everything. I don't think the fact that people are complaining is a priori significant. My favorite quote from Chief Michaels was, if Jesus himself was walking on water, I'd get a complaint. So the fact that people they complain, what about the helicopter? What if they complained about my little piston at 10 in the morning on a weekday in the wintertime because it's the only thing in the sky. So they complain about that. They'll complain about everything. I'm not saying that people don't have the right to complain. I'm not saying that some complaints aren't legitimate. But the fact that people are complaining isn't in and of itself shouldn't be an agenda setter. To that this has become the number one quality of life concern, I just don't see it. I don't see it. My quality of life is affected vastly more by all the professional home services. If I were trying to improve my quality of life on the East End, I'd see a moratorium on all professional home services. Because why do I have a plane? Because it's cheaper, faster for me to go grocery shopping in Connecticut by airplane than it is for me to drive to Riverhead to do my shopping. If I want to make a big box trip, all these rich people, all these 1%ers, plus I'm sure many of our callers have people mowing their lawns, painting their houses, installing their windows, all things I do myself, but I can't get anywhere on the roads because all these other people are having professional home services with all these panel vans clogging our roads. That's what I want something done about if we're going to make this complaint driven. And I honestly think if we did a study, we'd see a much greater rise in the quality of life by banning all professional home services than by banning all airplanes. Yeah. And then the last thing, there was a quote from Mr. Van Scoyac that I read in the newspaper. You can tell me if this is misattributed, Mr. Van Scoyac, that the airport wasn't intended to be what it's become. Well, I don't know about intentions. I know they put a 5,000-foot runway there. I know it makes sense when I look at the air chart to have a tertiary airport in this position as I look at the scattering of airports around the area. And also, nothing out here was intended to go this way. Six Plains isn't supposed to have 300 people surfing. There isn't supposed to be a line of cars 10 miles long on 27. None of the things that were supposed to or intended to happen, they've happened because people like it out here. They want to be here. They're willing to endure a lot of pain in order to be out here because the pleasure that they get balances out the pain that they receive. So fine. In that truth, the trade parade, the clogged streets, the rise in crime, all the things that aren't the way that they used to be 30 years ago, how did this end up being our primary source of concern? I don't see it.
David, we appreciate you taking the time to comment today.
I hope you guys will do the right. Once that airport's gone, it'll be gone. You know, don't break something unless you know why it was put there.
Again, thank you for your comments.
Unmuting next caller. Hello, caller ending 1916. You're on the air.
Good morning. This is Teresa McCaskill calling. How are you today?
Hi, Teresa.
Great. Just a quick comment. There was a discussion earlier with regards to the curfews, and I just want to comment on that. There's other comments, but I'll just refer to this. With regards to the curfews, by removing the quote-unquote noisier aircraft, what had happened with that is there was a shift of aircraft from the helicopters to the seaplanes, and all of those seaplanes managed to just barrel over the North Fork, again, because it was a rush. Everyone had to get to work to Manhattan as quickly as possible. And so basically what I'm saying is, you know, with having curfews, they really need to be evaluated with what type of aircraft was then put and utilized within the quote-unquote quiet hours. Because if I recall correctly, again, everything shifted to seaplanes, and that didn't solve a problem. So, excuse me, so that's number one. The second item is also with the curfews from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., making reference to that. Well, doing the math on that, well, if they leave Manhattan, they're going to leave Manhattan somewhere around 6:15, 6:20. So all those folks in, whether it's Brooklyn or Queens, those folks are now being basically thrown out of their beds because they are now listening to an aggressively loud, low aircraft flying over their homes. And we're not talking one. Again, this goes back to the discussion of volume. So let's do the math on that, which then it comes over, if it's going to come over via the North Shore route, then it could come over Riverhead and Montauk anywhere to about 6:40, 6:45 to land at East Hampton Airport at 7 o'clock. So that whether it's a VIP or it's the folks that were partying there for the weekend that have a party home that want to get back to Manhattan to get to their jobs, because they're all involved in a share, which this has been going on for well over 30 years. This is not all about VIPs. One of the realtors that was called in, I believe it was in an AMAC meeting, and she made it very clear that A, these people did not want to rent a house under the flight path, and B, that they basically, that they came off the planes drunk. And then, excuse me, I shouldn't say planes. They came off the helicopters drunk. So that was noted in an AMAC meeting. So this is not all about VIPs. It's just not. Again, then when they leave, when the aircraft leaves East Hampton, let's say by 10:45 p.m., if they're going to come back via the North Fork, that means we get the aircraft noise anywhere about 11:10, 11:15. Then they go through, do the North Shore route, or the South Shore route to barrel through Brooklyn or through Queens. So, this is a very big issue. It involves more than just East Hampton. It involves more than just Montauk. And it involves routes, and it involves the FAA. It involves our federal officials. So I just want to make sure that information is noted today, that I'm not aware of any aircraft that just literally falls out of the sky and lands at 7 o'clock at East Hampton Airport for any type of pickup. So please continue to review the information and pay it, and please take consideration into all the other communities that are tremendously affected by the aircraft going back and forth to East Hampton. And even Montauk, they come over the North Fork to get to Montauk. Why they don't do the South Shore route or Atlantic route is beyond me. But that's just, again, another little bit of a side topic. But thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and I do hope that you're able to review this information. And then the second item I just want to bring up is I hope today there will be discussion with regards to the proposed e-Ernie class of service that the East Hampton Town Board and Jim Brundage is looking to possibly implement at East Hampton Airport. Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling, Teresa.
Moving on to next. Callers? You have one more caller who has not spoken. Hello, caller ending 9131. Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Francesca Rhiannon. Hi, Peter and all the others. I want to speak about the health effects of having an airport. I don't think we need an airport in East Hampton, and I don't think we need an airport in Montauk. In fact, when it comes down to the health of our residents, we need to close the airport or airport. First of all, the small planes are not a solution. Small planes use leaded aviation gas. Our lead level at East Hampton Airport is 35th in the state out of 900 sites that are lead contaminated. 35th out of 900. We have higher lead levels than LaGuardia or JFK. Just think about that. That airport is situated on a watershed, on our sole source aquifer. Wayne Scott has already experienced contamination coming from sites at the airport, not the airport, from the PFAS. The use, they pump about 1 million gallons of fuel a year at that airport. Spills going into our aquifer will mean that forget about property values, we won't be able to really live here. You want to have your water trucked in? Do we want to pay to have everybody on town water? Because that's what we're looking at. When it comes to lead contamination, it vastly increases the susceptibility to dementia. It doesn't just affect kids, which it does, lifelong. It affects everybody. Early dementia, noise from the airport. Noise has a huge impact on cardiovascular function. People who live near airports have way higher rates of cardiovascular problems than people who don't. Noise is a constant stressor. Stress is implicated in the creation of disease, not just cardiovascular, cancer, diabetes, all the other inflammatory diseases. It's just unconscionable to have an airport that is endangering the life of life and health and well-being of the vast majority of people who live here. We don't need it. It is not used. I passed on the way home today to listen to this call. I passed signs on the road that keep the airport open, save 750-something jobs. That's a lie. 15 full-time jobs, not 750. And even if it were 750, that just does not stack up against the kind of devastating health effects that this airport has, the threat it has to our soul aquifer. Every hour that one person can get into a jet and generate in 1 hour more carbon emissions than 300 cars do in an entire year. So we're supposed to be a climate-smart community, but keeping this airport open is a climate-dumb move. And I think that the town board really needs to put the health, well-being, and quality of life of the vast majority of its residents against a tiny minority of people who want to keep a polluting airport open and threaten our water supplies. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca.
Okay.
Do we have any other callers?
Yes, we do. Hello, caller ending 4772. You are on the air. Hello. I hear the TV in the background. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air. Hello? You're on the air. Hello, you just picked up the phone like 2 seconds ago. Are you still there? Okay, I'm moving on. All right, you're there, yes?
Yes, the number you mentioned is not I don't believe it's the number I'm calling from. In any event, this is Tom Ogden calling from Waynescott. I just want to make a brief comment with regard to this diversion to Montauk issue. It's clearly one of the big flies in the ointment politically. I don't know if I heard Peter correctly indicating a moment ago that all the choppers would go to Montauk. I mean, we know that's not true. Peter, I believe, himself said a week or two ago that the surveys had shown that over 40% of the users head to the west when they arrive at KH2O. Obviously, that means that for at least that percentage, going to Montauk is useless. I'd say that given from my observations during the summer at the peak season, at the peak times, getting from Montauk Airport, according to Google Maps, took anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half just to get to East Hampton Village. The idea that Montauk, this remote, facility-less airport, would be at all appealing to the types who are coming out here on Blade is completely wrong. For anyone, possibly for a small sliver of people in or somewhat east of Amagansett, Montauk might make some sense. Most of them are probably going to Montauk anyways. But it's just not the kind of concern that is being brooded about. And last thing I'll say is I endorse Jeff's idea of immediate closure and see what happens. And what we'll see happens is the most minor possible increase in the traffic up to Montauk. Thanks.
Thank you for calling in, Tom.
I just want to correct something that he said. My idea was an immediate suspension of commercial traffic. It was not a closure of the airport. It's been misstated repeatedly.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear because it scares some people, and I think it's being stated in that way to make people afraid. It's a much more cautious approach.
Some of us read your letter to the Star, so that might have caused some of the confusion.
Well, if you read it and understood it, Peter, I don't think it would have confused anyone. I think you want to be confused.
Just going to be to keep it open on a limited basis.
Yeah, I think it was small planes, small aircraft only was Jeff's original plan. I think was just to keep it open for small aircraft only.
Correct.
Well, thanks for calling in, Tom. We appreciate your comments.
Hey, thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers on the line, Jason?
We have two people listening in who already spoke, and one caller who was previously unresponsive, who I can go cycle back to see if they are still there. With your permission, may I do that?
Please.
Hello, caller, ending 3186. You are on the air. Hello. Hello? All right, still unresponsive. Aside from that, no one has spoken. Do you wish me to keep the phone lines open, or should we...
We're going to move on, Jason, from public comment to the next section, which is discussion of topics. And we have our purchasing director, Jeannie Carosa, who will present some bids.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll close phone lines and end public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And here comes Jeannie. wait just a moment for Jeannie Carrozza to join us.
In the room right now. Oh, there she is.
Hey.
Okay, here I am. Hello.
Good afternoon, Jeannie.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Hey, just a couple of things today. First is the acceptance of a bid for T-shirts, sweatshirts, and other uniform items, and that's with All Star Custom Apparel. We also did an RFP for merchant cards, internet, and electronic payment processing services. And 2 suggested vendors from the evaluation committee for this would be Point and Pay and All Paid. And also I'll be noticing a bid for the Lars Simonson Skate Park, and that's renovations and improvements. And that will be available on the 21st. And possibly a resolution for the award of the Acabonic Solar Farm Pollinator Meadow Garden. And the apparent low bidder for that is Nelson and Pope. And that's all for today.
Great. Any questions for Jeannie? Great. And Jeannie, the Springs Library roof and chimney repairs, that bid went out on the 14th, right?
Right. Yep. That's out right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have, I think, the most anticipated part of today's meeting, which would be the legal update on the airport post-grant assurances. And we have outside counsel from Cooley, William O'Connor.
He is being admitted right now.
Great. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
So today we'll be reviewing possible restrictions and options for changes at East Hampton Airport. With the end of grant assurances on September 25th, we now have the ability to take steps to control air traffic at East Hampton Airport. This has been I think a multi-decades goal was for East Hampton to have better control over its own airport, which was precluded for the last 20 years by the acceptance of grant assurances. Those have now expired. And here we have William O'Connor joining us, and he can take us through potential steps, restrictions, and options that we have to deal with aircraft noise.
If I can just add one little quick comment, Bill is also going to take us through an explanation of the sort of ministerial steps that we have to take to regain local control. First, that's something that I think some folks in the public are still a little unclear about. There's an initial step before we take control.
Appreciate that. Thanks for putting the finer point on that, Jeff. And without any further ado, Bill, we'll hand it over to you. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. I didn't get a chance to test my audio, but if I get a thumbs up, that means
hear you.
You're good.
Loud and clear.
You're good.
Just fine. Good afternoon, members of the town board. My presentation today is going to cover some aspects of the airport legal landscape now that the grant assurance obligations have expired. At the outset, I want to emphasize that what comes with the expiration of the grant agreements is, of course, greater local control. How you exercise that local control, of course, is under discussion, and the airport re-envisioning process was intended to provide the town board with information so it can begin to think about what the future operation of the airport might look like. It does not mean that immediate action has to take place right now. We're already a few weeks past the expiration, and I think, given where we are with some of the consultant work that is being updated, that we'll want to take that into account. But I did want to just outline sort of, in broad strokes, what it means as far as not being a federally obligated airport going forward, and, what some of our work to date on the legal front has accomplished in terms of trying to provide the town board and members of the community with some certainty around what those options are. I do, I have to say though that in many respects, the East Hampton Airport, both from an operational perspective and from a legal perspective, is very unique. Some of the options you have before you are uncharted in a way. Most airports take federal grant money. The town has chosen not to for obvious reasons, of course. But I'll do my best to guide you all through this very unique, very challenging, and very dynamic issue with regard to the East Hampton Airport. I'm going to start sharing my screen now. I want to make sure that works as well. And hopefully what you see is the first slide.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Great. But you're not seeing the full screen view, I take it, correct?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Let me try something else.
Got it.
There we are. Okay. So just a little bit of overview on the grant assurances themselves. Specifically with respect to the town, the last federal grant that was accepted was about 20 years ago in 2001. The grant duration was 20 years and it expired on September 25th, 2021. What this means is that when an airport accepts grant money that's provided by statute under the Federal Airport Improvement Program, the grant binds the airport to the federal grant assurances for a specified term. Usually in the case of public airports, it's 20 years. There's another timing aspect in terms of the useful life of improvements, but that's not what's relevant here for our purposes. It's a 20-year grant duration. During this period, the airport is required to comply with a number of federal obligations. I know members of the town board know these obligations all too well, but for folks that are tuning in, it might be helpful to understand what those look like. Obviously, the airport does have to remain open to the public. The use of revenue that's earned by the airport is restricted. In other words, it has to be invested back into the airport and it can't be diverted to the general fund, for example, for other purposes. In addition, the airport's required to maintain an airport layout plan, which is the approved aeronautical development of the airport that's on file with the FAA. There's several other, there's a number of grant assurances that go along with the acceptance of federal money, but these are the main obligations that certainly we've been focused on to date. So now the grant assurances have expired. What does that mean exactly? It means that you've gained local control over the airport when the grants expired the following day, September 26, 2021. That gives you the option to close the airport and do what you'd like with the airport land. Your airport revenue is not going to be restricted under the FAA's revenue use policy that's imposed by the grant assurances. You're also not going to be subject to FAA policy on rates and charges in terms of what fees are charged at the airport. That's no longer an obligation. You also have the ability to change your status from a public use airport to a private use airport. And you'll see that I'll spend a lot of time during my presentation talking about a number of processes, but this process in particular, a change in status. The reason I'm going to spend a lot of time on that is not because I want to suggest a certain outcome or suggest to the public that a decision has made to change the status of the airport, but it is the one option that you have that requires sort of the most thought around what a private use airport would look at. You know, the other options you have are closure or leave the airport the way it is. In either of those two options, there are less considerations in terms of process and in terms of what the substantive rules might look like at a private use airport. So I just want to make clear that the amount of time I focus on that issue is not to suggest that that's what I think the town board should do, or certainly not that the town board has not made a decision on that. It's just, it requires more thought and preparation. So the bottom line is that with the expiration of the grant assurances, the future of the airport is really now a matter of local decision making. There are, for another day, another discussion, certain state and local requirements for airports that will apply. Those aviation requirements really piggyback on some of the FAA requirements, and of course there are other aspects for development and planning that may apply depending on what the town board decides to do. Just a brief background on sort of the airport legal issues. I know the town board is, of course, familiar with the 2015 airport use restrictions. Those restrictions were made part of the town code and subject to litigation in the Eastern District Federal Court of New York, and then at the Second Circuit. You know, for our purposes and in terms of informing the legal landscape in the background, the main issue from the Second Circuit decision in the Friends of East Hampton case was about the town's ability to enact restrictions while it was still a public use airport, and whether the procedural requirements of Part 161 had to be complied with. Of course, they weren't in that scenario. The town didn't go that route, but that was determined that the route that the town should have gone, given that the airport was still a public airport. So as a result, we pivoted to evaluating a Part 161. And, you know, some of the comments today, of course, recognize you know, issues with curfews. I think ultimately, in terms of whether curfews would be a comprehensive solution, I think ultimately it was determined that the Part 161 was going to be insufficient to address the town's goals around the airport. What we were probably looking at, after much study, expense, and uncertainty, were some pretty limited curfews, somewhere along the lines of, you know, 11 o'clock at night to maybe 6 in the morning, which is somewhat typical at a lot of the larger airports that the Part 161 process is intended.
Bill, can I just interrupt for 1 moment? Can you just say a word or two about what a Part 161 study is? Because there may be folks watching that don't really know what it is.
Sure. I mean, it is the evaluation of, you know, what certain access restrictions at an airport might do in terms of burdening aviation, air commerce, interstate commerce issues versus the benefits that it would provide to here the local community. It really is sort of, it's similar to some of the work that we've done with the re-envisioning process in terms of economic analysis and looking at complaint data and noise contours. And, you know, also the issue is that the FAA really never has, you know, provided meaningful relief through a Part 161. So you have to present a lot of information. The metrics that the FAA uses around defining whether there is a noise problem didn't work for this airport because of a lot of issues regarding dynamic traffic, seasonality, and the like. And so it was ultimately determined to not be a good fit to address the town's issues with the airport.
So Bill, if I could just also ask a question. I mean, you're really speaking about the Part 161, which is a way to basically petition the federal government, the FAA, to enforce restrictions that you might justify through this long and expensive process of a Part 161. And the likelihood of gaining any kind of restrictions through this process would only result in curfews based on other airports' experience, and the fact that very few, if any, airports have been successful in getting anything more than curfews. Is that right?
Correct. That's very well said.
And then, so in addition to that, there is a Part 161. I think it's 161B, which is called a voluntary Part 161, which would allow the airport operator to engage directly with based aircraft users and come up with a plan of restrictions that they would voluntarily agree to, but would be enforceable beyond voluntary level. And again, we looked at that and also felt that because we couldn't limit the universe of new entrants into the airport user roster, that would also be insufficient.
That's right, and we'll talk about that specifically when I get to it in the slide deck. But there's two sort of paths you can take. One,
William, we're having a problem with your audio. William, we're having a problem with your audio. William, you seem to have an audio drop off.
I think his connection is frozen.
I think so too.
I can.
Mr. O'Connor, we're only hearing every other word from you.
Okay, well,
You're
have
back now.
Strong connection. Okay. I was just responding to Peter's summary and mentioning that he's exactly right in terms of the presentation of the two paths. The first path that requires significant study is when you seek consent of the FAA to propose restrictions for a public use airport. The other option is to try to reach a agreement voluntarily for mandatory restrictions with the airport operators. And we'll cover that in the slide because that does still, in part, remain an option if you were to maintain the airport as a public use airport open to the general public without prior permission. Folks will recall that with the last FAA reauthorization bill that provided federal funding for the FAA that went into effect in 2019, which would have been an opportunity to try to address statutorily issues with our airport. There were efforts made on that front to get some legislation out of Congress through our New York Senators Schumer and Gillibrand at the time to implement or get direction to the FAA to implement an air traffic management plan for the East Hampton Airport with input from various stakeholders. And unfortunately, we were not successful in getting our amendment through into the FAA Reauthorization Act at that time. what we've been doing since that time is talking with the FAA, meeting with them to determine, what are the legal options for the town after the grant assurances expire. What can the FAA do to help collaborate with us and partner with us to try to find a good solution for the airport after the grant assurances expire. And the results of those meetings and discussions, and we'll talk a lot about November last year, we received a letter that outlines sort of the outcome of those discussions, was very helpful in giving us some thoughts about how to approach the issue. And then, of course, this year, the town board and its consultants and Cooley have been very much involved in the airport re-envisioning project. And like I mentioned at the outset, the intent here is to study various aspects of the airport, provide information to the public and to the town board, make or take public comment and feedback that we receive and pass that along to the consultants so it can be taken into account. And I think hopefully that members of the community and the town board learned a lot through the process. I want to talk about it a little bit because when I was looking through all of it, it was striking how robust and how much information we've gathered to help inform the direction of the airport after the expiration of the grant agreement. So just in this year alone, including today, there have been 7 town board work sessions on the airport, starting on May 11th, 2021. That's, of course, a meeting where I presented the framework of options that had resulted from our consultation with the FAA in 2020. HMMH presented their usual recap of operations and complaints in 2019. And in 2020, HR&A did their economic impact analysis for the airport, and the Regano firm provided an update on what's going on with the Superfund site. We heard feedback at that meeting, certainly around the increase in jet operations. And so HMMH took that back and came with a supplemental presentation on the summer jet traffic for 2020. And then we also heard from Professor Wobbles about the airport's contribution to greenhouse gas emissions and carbon in the surrounding environment of the East Hampton airport. I included in an appendix in this presentation that will be up on the website if it's not already, some of the most recent operational information, so people can see where the trends are. Certainly, it's looking like 2021 is going to be on par with some of the years like 2019 where we've seen the most traffic. What's striking from some of those numbers is the increase in jet traffic, and certainly the ratio is between jets and helicopters. The jet traffic has taken off quite a bit. On August 3rd, we heard from Lisa LaCory and Peter Flinker about some background on the airport, what the environmental conditions are, what the planning and zoning issues would be for that property specifically. In terms of helping the town board think about what alternative use might look like, what some of the considerations might be in terms of development or no development, and what some of the local issues might be should the airport change use to something other than an airport.
I think we lost
I
Bill
think so. I think he's back, maybe. His screen is unfrozen. Bill, are you with us? Hey, there you are.
So quickly, the 17th presentation was where, again, Lisa LaCory and Peter Flinker talked about what our plan was for getting public participation, feedback, and comment about the airport. September 7th was our meeting on the diversion study that HMMH conducted. October 12th was another work session where the results of the public participation process were at least presented in high-level draft form. Peter and Lisa are going to do a full report of all the comments that have been received and organize them and categorize them in a way that would be helpful to the town board. I do want to spend a few minutes, and of course that's today. The public listening workshops, there were 4 of them. Everybody's seen the numbers. I was impressed by the participation and how it was run and how useful it was in terms of getting feedback. And there's going to be more to come on the preview that you received a week ago. But we had 4 of them. The participation was great. And the product that's come out of it, I think, is very useful. And of course, there's been consistent public engagement at all the town board work sessions, not just this year, but for a period of several years where members of the public have been given an opportunity to speak on the airport and to give their feedback and thoughts, particularly on the issue of where do we go after the grant assurances have expired. Written comments have been received on a number of topics. We have received a lot of comments about the expert and consultant work, and all of them have been very helpful in terms of understanding people's perspectives, people's views, and what they think is important for the analysis. And so all those comments, not just with respect to the consultants, but just in general, have been reviewed. I know the town board is taking them all into account. But there have been a number of comments submitted in writing, and they continue to come in to the email inbox that has been set up for that purpose. Over the summer, in August, there was another airport user survey. We've done one as part of the potential Part 161. This was an update to see what we could learn in the intervening time period, and also to drill down on some more specific issues around where people's ultimate destination might be, among other issues. And so the most recent airport survey data is going to be reviewed and implemented into the work of other consultants, particularly with HRNA and their economic impact report, which, all these reports are preliminary, and it will be updated with the survey information shortly. So here's the headline. Really, it's pretty straightforward as far as closure goes. From a federal perspective and the grant assurances perspective, the town can legally close the airport if it wanted to. I've mentioned this before. Very helpful guidance and feedback from the FAA that resulted from a series of consultations. We've been presented with some options. There are 4 of them, and I'll touch on each of them a little bit as far as what seems like a path forward after the expiration of the grant assurances. The first option is one that Peter alluded to earlier, which is to remain a public use airport and negotiate agreements for mandatory restrictions on aircraft operators per Part 161. Those agreements can take a number of forms. They can be, hours when certain users will operate, where they will fly, perhaps even, what type of aircraft they would use. But there are some issues with that, given that there is not sort of a lot of larger airports. You know who's coming and going. You have limited, say, the commercial airport gates that are available, and a lot of planning that goes into effect where you have a good sense of everybody who's using the airport. That's a little different at the East Hampton airport than most airports, which then makes it a little more difficult to reach this type of an agreement.
Yeah, so Bill, my sense on that one is that, because we don't have a limited universe, that again, late entrance into the airport user category would not be bound by any such agreement. And, I think that's going to be very problematic to be able to achieve the kind of goal and restrictions that we would need through this method.
Right.
Because of that, we don't have any information from the FAA that would be binding upon all users at the airport. It would only be binding on those that agreed to it. And as we know, there's always somebody out there who might come in and not want to agree to it.
Right. And that
was the consensus of the town board. I just want to make that clear that was a town board consensus on this idea.
Right. And, the other point is, as far as I'm aware, nobody's really come forward to even attempt to reach that type of agreement with the town. So there are issues with it, but nonetheless, it's one of the options that was presented, and I'll talk about on the next slide. I think the limitation on it is pretty apparent. The second option is to close the airport after the grant assurances expire and reopen the airport. And the airport would be reopened perhaps with a change in status from public use to private use, and with some constraints on the operation of the airport that we'll get into more detail on what those might look like. The third option always has been on the table, which is the complete closure of the airport and redevelop it as something else. And the last one is just to keep the airport the way it is. And I'm not again, like I said at the beginning, I'm not offering any recommendation as to which one of these four is the correct path. That's not my job. But my job is to advise you that if we go down, say, option 2, there's some things that need to be considered and planned. Option 4 is easy, not much to do there. Just keep on keeping on, and then closure, from a process standpoint, is relatively straightforward task.
I think we lost Bill again.
Seems it.
Either that or he's being very still.
No. Oh, there he goes. Moved.
Bill, are you back?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I can see myself moving, so hopefully that means you can.
All right, we see you now.
See. Okay. I apologize. I don't know why the connection on my end is a little slow. Usually it's great.
There's 100 reasons why. It's okay.
All right. So don't need to spend much time on this slide. This is exactly what Peter mentioned. The potential problems would be with proceeding under option 1. This bullet, that the airport noise and access restrictions at public use airports may be agreed to by all users or contain or certain types of users. That's from the FAA. That's something we know, of course, as an option. And certain types of users could include helicopter operators, seaplane operators, and jet charter companies, as an example. However, this is the new entrant problem. That there may be an argument that a new entrant wouldn't be bound. Well, they wouldn't be bound as a signatory, and then without notice, they wouldn't necessarily be bound to any voluntary restrictions that the operators agreed to comply with. And the point I mentioned earlier that there hasn't been, at least as far as I'm aware, any effort by any operators to actually negotiate the thing. So option 2 is the closing of the airport after the grant assurances expire and the reopening of the airport. Here's what's important from the guidance we received from the agency. It talks about that the grant assurances will expire. The federal obligation to keep the airport open also expires at that time. So now you can close the airport, use the remaining airport funds as you'd like, dispose of the land or not. And the remaining FAA obligations, such as exclusive rights, revenue use, civil rights, those are extinguished upon closure. But here's what's key is that you do have the option to change the use of the airport from public use to private use. It'll still stay a publicly owned airport, but it won't be open generally to the public. It will be a private airport, usable only with permission from the town. This is the same option. I wanted to point out some other things. Upon closure, you could reopen again as a public use airport or as a private use airport. The key with the private use airport is that it can be made available to others through a system of authorized rights or by requiring prior permission. Also, what would happen is if you do go the route of a private use airport, the airport will no longer be part of the NIPIAS. I'm sure you're wondering what that is. That's the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems. That's sort of like the FAA's collection of airport infrastructure throughout the country, and it's used for allocating federal grant money through the Airport Improvement Program. A publicly owned private use airport will be outside of that and therefore ineligible for FAA federal funding. There are, of course, state and local requirements that would need to be considered as well, but those are pretty straightforward procedural considerations under state and local law. Spent a little bit of time on option 3. It is pretty simple. It gives you the authority to close the airport and use the airport land for something else. It's a pretty straightforward notice process to the FAA so they can take the airport out of their facilities directory, other publications where information is updated regularly. And then there would be some other state and local requirements to close as well. As far as process, under options 2 and 3, 2 is the close and reopen option. 3 is close and don't reopen. You're going to have to go through a process to deactivate the airport. First step in doing that is to provide prior notice to the FAA under their Part 157 regulations. There's a form, like a lot of agency requirements, 7840-1, where you provide the information to the FAA about the closure. Here, because you do have an instrument approach, the deactivation notice period is 30 days before it will become effective. And then the third step is to inform the FAA within 15 days of closure that you've completed that process and the airport is in fact closed. Again, this is sort of a notification, a pretty straightforward legal process. As a practical matter, obviously a lot more thought needs to go into how this would work, what it would look like, how long the airport must remain closed. That's all to be determined, but the procedure is pretty straightforward. There are timing considerations for closure to the extent that the airport will be out of operation for a considerable period of time. One thing to keep in mind, and of course we all know this, is that there are certain times of the year where the airport gets used more than other times of the year. And we're coming upon that time here early next year. January, February, March is typically the time after the Christmas holidays where the airport sees the least traffic. Want to talk a little bit about what the process to reopen is under option 2. This would assume that you change the use of the airport from public use to a private use airport and are intending to implement restrictions on the future use of the airport. You would have to close the airport to all aircraft operations during that transition period. How long that's going to happen is a subject of further discussion that we'll have. The other part of reopening as a private use airport is to come up with a system of authorized rights or prior permission. That is easy to say, of course, but hard to do. I mean, some tough choices, of course, are going to have to be made in terms of what that system will look like. And we'll talk about some ideas or some ways of doing that a little bit later in the presentation, of course, with the caveat that no decisions have been made. And I'm certainly not recommending all the steps that could be taken at this time. I just want to give you some ideas for options that we can deploy to try to meet some of the feedback that you've gotten through the re-envisioning process if option 2 is ultimately determined to be the most desirable. And then the final step on the reopening would to be reopen the airport as a private use airport with your system of prior permissions and authorized rights in place. One thing to keep in mind, to the extent that there are going to be any modifications to the airport, you can consider coordinating that for a time when the airport would be closed. It's just something to keep in mind. For example, if the runway were to be shortened, the temporary closure period would be a good time to get that work done. I want to talk a little bit about prior permission required because it is a facet of private use airports. It's a system or in some ways substantive rules about who gets to use an airport that's not otherwise open to the public. The FAA defines prior permission as prior permission required to have full operational use of a runway, taxiway, apron, or airport facility or service. So really encompasses the broad range of services that will be offered at an airport. From a airport management perspective, while certainly some additional administrative burden would come along with a PPR system, it does give the town the flexibility to grant permissions, remove permissions, and to revise them as you go. So flexibility is what's most attractive about a private use airport that implements a PPR framework. Those permissions can be authorized rights for certain users. So you could just give blanket permissions for certain types of aircraft operations as one example. The other example is a system of managed permissions under a plan that the town would administer. They delegate authority to Jim Brudnage, as an example, as the airport director, to manage an access plan that the town board has put in place. Also, you can use the PPR system to define those operations for which permission will not be granted. I can show you what that looks like as an example, just taking Montauk Airport, which does have prior permission. Montauk is different in the sense that it is currently grant obligated, and so therefore it is an airport open to the public, but it does have a prior permission system in place. So at least it appears to have the ability to require prior permission for all jets and helicopters. So that's the concept, that permissions can be given out for jet operations and helicopter operations at Montauk. The other aspect I mentioned is, the ability to state which permissions will not be granted. So here at Montauk, as an example, there are no helicopter operations from sunset to sunrise. So the first bullet examples of those operators that can request and receive permission. The other aspect is just permissions that will not be granted for certain types of operations. And the slight distinction here that Montauk currently is a public use airport.
So, Bill, I believe that permission not granted for operations after sunset, between sunset and sunrise, also include jets at Montauk. And Bill has frozen again.
It looks like the West Coast is having some internet outages right now. I'm just checking on a heat map. That might have to do something with it. Bill, well, can you hear me, Mr. O'Connor?
I can hear you just great.
All right, thank you.
Bill, I was just asking the question. I believe that the sunset to sunrise restriction at Montauk also extends to jets as well, from my reading of the PPR.
You very well may be correct, Peter. Thank you for the clarification. So it could be, here it would be broader, where they would say jets and helicopters will not be granted from sunset to sunrise. The runway at Montauk is less than 3,500 feet, so that doesn't leave a lot of room for error for most jets. But those that can get in, if it does include jets, they would not be able to get in from sunset to sunrise. So thank you for that, Peter. So I want to talk a little bit about what the substantive rules under a PPR system might look like. And this would be, again, if this was the path that the town chose to take, it would require the thinking around what those substantive rules will look like. Those would include, the town board can set specific policies for those permissions. General buckets would include the substantive rules for permitted uses. We're going to permit a certain type of use. We're not going to permit another type of use. You could set policies around certain trial periods to get a sense for the operation of the airport and make certain adjustments there. You will need to think about, with our help, of course, what your enforcement tools are to make sure that operators are complying with the permission system at the private use airport. And then finally, you're going to want to come up with a way that you can amend the rules and the permissions as you learn more about the operation of the airport. The substantive rules can take different forms. They can be sort of curfews would be one example of a permission that's very easy to implement. There are other ways to address frequency of operations or types of operations, either through a quota system or a rationing or an auctioning of permissions to operate certain types of flights at the airport. Commercial flights would be a prime candidate for that type of system, of course. So the bottom line is that a PPR framework, and this is, from my point of view, if you do close and reopen as a private use airport, a PPR framework gives you local control, markedly more local control, and the ability to make changes over time if you need to. And it also gives the town, the ability to establish sort of initial PPR policy goals based on the re-envisioning project and the feedback that you've gotten and the consultant studies to date and the work that's ongoing. So everybody wants to know what are the options? And like I said from the outset, this is very much uncharted territory in terms of the difficult issue you're looking to tackle. It's very uncommon for a lot of busy airports to refuse grant money from the federal government for a period of 20 years. So you're one of the rare sort of communities, local governments that has a non-obligated airport and the ability to think about what alternatives would look like. We've talked about curfews, looking at that and implementing some form of curfew. What I mean by enhanced weekend hours is to try to constrain further the operating hours or the hours that the airport is open to traffic, to give more people time in the morning when the airport is closed, or to give people more time in the evening when the airport is closed. The curfews, as Kathy mentioned, we have the ability and have in the past looked at what certain curfews might mean in terms of reducing complaints or reducing hours of operation. So that's one that's fairly easy to get your arms around what effects curfews might have. The other option you can consider is to reduce the length of the runway to something that is more compatible with the type of aircraft, at least fixed wing operation that you'd like to see at the airport. And that metric is something that can be evaluated in terms of, at least based on current technology, what aircraft can and cannot use the airport. Another thing that you can implement is to provide sort of blanket authorized rights for small general aviation aircraft. This could be limited to those aircraft that are based at the airport, or there could be a broader set of permissions for non-commercial small general aviation aircraft. Of course, the airport, if it were to reopen, it can be made available to all emergency public and military aircraft. So medevac aircraft would have full access, and this would include during the curfew hours, so 24 hours a day for those types of operations. Public aircraft, that's typically police, and military is the military. The other set of permissions that can be considered is restricting entirely commercial users or creating limits on airport use by commercial users, basically those aircraft operators that are holding themselves out to carry passengers for compensation or hire. There are a number of ways to allocate access, either through quotas or slot rationing, lottery, taking those rights to market and trying to implement goals around what level of commercial operations you'd like to see at the airport. One way to look at it possibly and approach it is, what would the town like to see in terms of reduction of certain types of operations as a policy goal, and then we work to figure out how to do it. This would create some administrative burden on the airport, and of course on the expense of running the airport, but it's something that's certainly achievable with some effort. You can also choose or refuse permission for certain types of incompatible aircraft. I know the town has a lot of experience in terms of trying to define what's noisy aircraft. You can look at it that way. In terms of their certification noise levels approach is what was used with the 2015 restrictions, but you can look at that certainly in terms of the type of aircraft that is causing the most concern for the community and the surrounding environment can be evaluated. Another possibility is to limit the hours that services are provided at the airport. And I suppose another way to consider that is that there can be limits on the types of services that you would be willing to allow at the airport. But certainly reducing hours of the FBOs would be another option available to you. And then addressing the issue of special VFR would be something on the table as well. Just some thoughts on what additional policies may include. The prior slide has some pretty foundational, straightforward methods. There are other things that you may want to consider, specifically whether there should be any East Hampton town resident preferences and incentives. There were comments earlier in our work session about this is public land owned by the town. And so perhaps there are some considerations around resident preferences and incentives. This is something that I know Jim Brundage is very interested in exploring, and I think it's worthwhile as well, is to actually perhaps look at keeping the tower open year-round, or a period at least longer than it's open right now, to maintain control over the traffic that's coming in, make sure that people are complying with whatever the PPR rules are that are in place. There are noise-based restrictions that we can consider. This would be similar to the definition of noisy aircraft from the 2015 restrictions. It doesn't have to be the same definition, but that is an option that can be explored as well. You can also look at your fees. It's going to be important even though you can divert funds away from the airport after the grant assurances have expired, you want to make sure that the airport remains self-sustaining as it has been for many years. You can also introduce some green incentives around the use of unleaded fuel. Avgas is still leaded, but there are a lot of efforts to develop unleaded fuel on a broader scale for general aviation small aircraft. And of course, the electric aircraft revolution, you can certainly create incentives for airport users, aircraft operators that operate both with unleaded fuel and who operate with electric aircraft. As far as next steps, first and foremost, I think it's important to continue to engage with the FAA in the process. They have to be our partners in this, certainly in terms of the procedural aspects of the airport. And also, if you are going to proceed with option 2, engaging in with the FAA around issues related to changing the status of the airport from a public use airport to a private airport. And we're likely to have those discussions in the coming weeks. Another thing that we can do next is to go ahead and update the consultant reports, make them available to the public based on the additional community feedback that you've received, so we can kind of look at a comprehensive set of study and analysis as you're getting closer to a decision point. And start, discussing, what the initial parameters for a private use airport might look like. And again, I want to emphasize it's not because that's where you should go, but it is the option that's going to require the most thought and planning from the town board as a body to start making decisions. But certainly now or very soon, you will have a lot of information to help you sort of set direction, right? Set policy around what the parameters might be for the future operation of the East Hampton Airport as a private use airport. And then as you're doing that, as you're setting the direction, we can identify specific substantive rules for analysis. Some of these things, I wish we could know with certainty that, the diversion to Montauk will be X, or the complaints, if we do take some action, will be Y. Some things are better suited towards some specific analysis of cause and effect. Some are not. But we can take those that are susceptible to that type of analysis and do the work and see if it's an acceptable rule that the town would like to proceed with. So that's where we are. That's what the landscape looks like in light of the expiration of the grants. I'm happy to address any questions about anything that I've laid out here from the town board.
Anyone have any questions for Bill at this point?
Sorry.
Bill, I just had a question on, it relates to jets and the costs. If we were to go to a private use airport, jets have traditionally, paid the most in landing fees, but I understand that if we are maintaining a publicly owned private use airport, that we could finance it in other ways that more directly impose the costs on the users. Are we open under those conditions to treat a private use airport somewhat like a private club, for example, a private golf club? And if so, could, particularly if there were preferences for town of East Hampton people, could we have could we base fees sort of in accordance with those types of uses that we're familiar with?
Yes, absolutely. The challenge will be, Jeff, sort of dialing that in right from the outset. One of the things that I've always thought is it's going to take some time to understand what the operations will look like after changes are made to the airport, and spreading out the costs among those who are granted permission to use the airport in a rational way is something you can do. Certainly, size of aircraft, more wear and tear on the infrastructure, higher fees. Small aircraft, not so much. Lower fees is typically one way to look at it. But there is a good ground where you can make sure that each user that is granted permission is sort of paying their fair share, for lack of a better term.
So just as a quick follow-up, what I'm understanding is it's probably not something you would jump into right away until you've exercised control over a period of time, made adjustments, and finally sort of settled on what your permissions are, what your blanket permissions are, what your exclusions are. Is that correct?
Yeah, or I guess what I'm saying is probably a good idea to, at least be open-minded to the fact that initially we may get it wrong. We may need to adjust how the fees are dealt with in a way that fully covers the airport cost, right? So there may be, a deficit for, just as an example, the first year that you'd need to figure out how to make up over time to make sure that the airport was self-sustaining.
I think the simplest way to look at it is, what is it going to cost to run the airport under whatever reduced operations, and how are you going to apply those costs in a fair and equitable manner to those who are left using the airport? And as Jeff stated, jets really provide the greatest amount of revenue through their uses due to the fact that they weigh a lot, and we have to some degree a weight-based landing fee schedule, and also based on the fuel flowage charges through the sale of av fuel. Those are the two biggest generators of revenue at the airport. So you have to be able to maintain the airport without that aircraft type if you're going to eliminate, commercial jets, for instance, and that would have to be reapportioned across the rest of the users. If you're eliminating all commercial traffic, I don't know what the total operations would be at the airport, but it's going to be significantly less, which, that might be, what the community ultimately wants, but we'll have to understand how we will maintain that airport based on those ongoing costs.
Yeah, what I was asking was, not to focus on jets, paying for the airport, but rather if it appears that there are ways that we can finance and maintain the airport differently and not depend on the jets, for example, which are a troublesome type of aircraft. And it sounds like
at this point we have the sources of revenue we have are landing fees and fuel flowage charges. We do have some additional revenue that comes in from leases of airport property, but that's where most of the revenue comes from.
Right. But my question to Bill was, is there another way? And I believe the answer is yes, there's another way.
I'm sorry, I missed what the other way was. Can you explain what the other way was?
He said you could distribute it among the users that you chose to have at the airport.
Right.
And, you yourself, acknowledge that if, for example, it was a private plane airport, the cost would be reduced. So there are other ways to, we don't have to look to the past to determine the future of how we could manage a private use airport. I have one more quick question, if I may, and that is, if we start, if we went the publicly owned private use model, and we started with restrictions and prior permissions required, I believe what I understood you to say is that we could, in real time, make adjustments to those permissions and general permissions and exclusions to accommodate changing conditions. Is that true? Is that possible under this kind of regime?
Yes. I mean, I think the main aspect of a PPR framework is flexibility. There are a number of legal options, legal issues potentially in terms of how you exercise that discretion that may be separate and apart from the grant assurances. But certainly if, let's say as an example, certain steps were taken with respect to commercial operations that, after evaluation for a period of time, it was determined was having too much of an impact, as an example, on traffic in Montauk. What you could do is you could increase access to try to alleviate that issue.
So, I mean, conversely, and the approach that I would take is that you can systematically dial it back, the number of operations at the airport, constantly, understanding how that impacts the revenues at the airport, whether or not you're effectively addressing noise complaints. And before you just, instead of just basically calling a moratorium and then let's see what happens and we'll adjust back the other way. I think, the analogy of closing the faucet till you get the right flow is just a little bit more prudent and deliberative approach. I think the entire suite of options that you talked about, of substantive restrictions, I look at that list and I see all of them as something that we can discuss and delve into further, and that full suite could be brought to bear in various levels and arrangements.
I just think an underlying question is what will bring relief. I mean, what will bring relief to the most people in our town, and I think that's a very serious consideration, because in our public participation efforts, we have heard that the vast majority of people, even pro-airport people and anti-airport people, agree on one thing, and that is that we have to make a change. And I think what's motivating that is that everybody recognizes that people who are affected by aircraft noise, environmental impacts, safety impacts have to be accommodated. That's what's driving that kind of agreement. So I think we have to be somewhat bold in what we do to make sure that what we're doing addresses that fundamental question. And I believe in doing it prudently too, and incrementally, and making changes. Absolutely. I'm glad to hear we can do that. It sounds very promising.
So I have a question. So back in late 2014, early 2015, when we were working on the local laws, and what we first did was we agreed on a problem statement. Like, what are we trying to solve? Right? So, because if we're talking about, moving towards a private use airport, going with option 2 from the FAA letter, and we have to, as my term, put together a suite of restrictions in order to provide meaningful relief. I think that we need to all be on the same page as how do we define the problem, and how do we define meaningful relief, and then how do we measure that we've gotten that meaningful relief? So will we be developing a problem statement like we did, for the local laws? I mean, part of that I think we did was to create a record. Because, we know that there are aviation interests. If we go to a private use airport and put in a suite of restrictions, that they are going to be lining up to litigate, right? So I guess I want to know how the process works from here. If we were to go with option 2 with a publicly owned private use airport.
Can I just ask a question, which is, wouldn't that be a town board consensus that we would then ask the Cooley firm to help us, with implementation? In other words, I think that comes from our discussions. That's why I was suggesting the larger issue that I see is relief from the impact.
So my point of view is that we should exercise option 2, and we should gain full control and rights over the operation of the airport through that closure reopening as a public owned private use airport. And to Kathy's point, we looked at a number of criteria to decide back in 2014-15 what we needed to address in terms of noise complaints, what would be the impacts if we addressed certain aircraft, for instance. So I don't think that much has changed in terms of the impacts of specific aircraft. I mean, we know that the vast majority of complaints come from helicopters, that jet traffic has expanded, and those are the two that rise to the top, and seaplanes were right behind. So
yeah, I mean, the final problem statement back then was noise from aircraft operating at East Hampton Airport disturbs many residents of the east end of Long Island. Residents find helicopters more disturbing than any category of fixed-wing aircraft. Disturbance caused by all types of aircraft is most significant when operations are most frequent, and 2, in evening, night, and early morning hours, which is why we went with curfews.
Right. So as I said, I don't think that much has changed since that mission 6 years
I think
ago.
we have a broader problem. Certainly, I think.
Well, I think the volumes changed, but
and the impacts have changed, and the impacts to the public have changed. We're hearing from the public far and wide. From Noyak to North Haven to Orient Point to Riverhead.
We were hearing that back 6 years ago. I'd
like to just say the problem has changed because I think there's an environmental function that wasn't addressed in that original statement, Kathy. It was just about noise. I think we need to start talking about the environmental effects that this airport can have.
That is something that we can certainly consider as well as a criteria for how we might further restrict or suspend certain types of aircraft, preclude them from being used at the airport.
So
and safety is another factor too. Safety is one. A couple
of questions would be, can we use noisy aircraft as something as a fee? So that's, okay, that was just a small thing. So one of the things we don't have is a definition of what commercial jets mean. And I think that that's important that if we move forward with any of this, and I'm not, I need to know what that means. I know, Jeff, that you were only talking about commercial. I've gone over your statement and nowhere in your letter do you use the word commercial. So I think you were saying to close that airport, and you say it to all jet, helicopter, and seaplane flights could be prohibited. So
I called it commercial. It's commercial traffic I was gearing to, but on jets, it's largely corporate.
Anyway, if you want to change your mind, that's great.
No, I'm not changing my mind, Sylvia.
No, I think you just need to say that out loud. That this letter that you had and that we all looked at and the community saw doesn't say anything about the word commercial. So I just want to point that out.
Yes, it does.
If you want to change it, that's fine with me. Everyone's allowed to make sure that they've got their statements correct.
Actually, what I'd just like you to do is read it. What I was talking about is I'm going to answer.
I have many times.
it's commercial traffic I was talking about, and you're correct that when you talk about jets, the large jets that are a serious noise problem are largely corporate jets. That's what they are.
Okay, well, I'm not even talking about that. So if that's what you're talking about, that's it. I want to know what our definition, as we move into some of this, we need to have a definition of what commercial means. Then
I think commercial in people.
If we're going to make a differentiation between commercial and non-commercial, then yes, I think we would have to have that defined.
Right. I think in most people's mind, the commercial operations that bother everybody are the commuting operations. So they're seaplanes that are regular commuting aircraft, helicopters that are regularly.
Would that include fractional ownership or not? I mean, they're again.
That's why
clear definition is important. I think
that's why I said.
And then trying to understand, what number of operations we're actually talking about, because if we're looking to reduce the number of operations because that's grown too much, I think we need to be able to understand how much restrictions would reduce any particular type of operation. And then if those operations are reduced, what type of aircraft is going to be flown instead? Because I don't think it's realistic to think that people are going to stop flying. They may change their destination. They may go to West Hampton Beach, or they may go to Montauk, or they may go to both. They may go to West Hampton and take a helicopter to Montauk after landing their large jet. I think that's quite possible. We know that like 70% of those using the airport now are actually staying within East Hampton. So, I think, at least from my standpoint, I'm not willing to take steps that just spill the traffic and then we see where it's spilled and then try to mop it up later. I think I'd rather take a more deliberative and careful approach and try to systematically break down the types of traffic, number of operations, tailor the restrictions to address those specific types of complaints and mitigate them, and work in that deliberative process. And so I think if the board agrees, I think the first question to ask and discuss is whether or not we have consensus over the issue of closing the airport for that short period of time. And I would suggest we do that in the least traveled used month, which seems to be February, but there may be a way of dialing it between January and February on days. We can take a look at that. And then reopen as a publicly owned private use airport. I think that's the first question to ask, because if we don't have consensus over that, then a lot of this discussion about restrictions is really pointless.
It seems apparent from our discussions, and I'm not presuming here, I mean, we can poll the board, that there is a consensus on that.
If you don't mind, I got 5 questions. Maybe just give me the time to answer these questions here from Bill right now.
And
sure. Absolutely.
I have more questions.
One of them right now is, Bill, one of the biggest things is we hear about the environmental concerns about the airport right now also. Is there a way, if we did come back and reopen the airport in any which way, that we can put sunset clauses or expiry clauses on certain types of aircraft that might either be environmentally unsensitive, gas guzzling, or noisy, or also potentially go to that they can't use unleaded fuel? Is that an option for us to move forward on at some point too?
Yeah, you can set sort of policies or goals that are consistent with the town's commitment to the environment and sustainable energy. So that can include phasing out certain type of aircraft or phasing in other aircraft that are more green. So I think, as a matter of, you can set some policies around sunsetting certain operations over time. I mean, I don't see that. I mean, the devil's always in the details, of course, but the concept certainly isn't inconsistent with.
Next, Bill, is during any type of to be determined length of closure on there. That'd be for all operations But what about emergency operations during any potential closure? Would emergency operations be able to happen at the airport if it was, 30 days or longer?
That's a good question. Let me think about that one, David, and see how that would work.
David, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the question is that to get any PPR potentially or full closure, there has to be a closure period time, and to be determined could be a month. During that closure time, can there be emergency operations at the airport for medevac or such, or if there's a natural disaster out here? Hopefully not.
Okay.
Could the airport be used for emergency use on there?
Got it.
Knowing is very specific.
Yeah.
If you find that out, that'd be great. One of the options you also had, Bill, was about coordinating a system for potential slot systems on there. I think a lot of times these slot systems can be placed throughout the year, in the busy seasons or even around major events that might happen out here. Would that be controlled potentially? Do you see that controlled by airport management? Is that through an outside agency that potentially could do that? And is there any way that would have to be controlled by either curfews or from the amount of operations? Can you just discuss the slot system a little bit better for me?
Yeah, there's a number of ways to look at it, a number of ways to address it. In terms of analysis, you start with, we'd like to see a reduction in certain types of operations because they cause a disproportionate number of complaints, just as an example. And, we think as a matter of town policy, we want to reduce those operations by 40% because we think that will have a meaningful impact on the issue. And then you look at the data, you see what the operations have been, you make some cuts, and then you have a limited set of permissions that you can give out. The airport now currently is highly surveilled. We have the vector system, so we know who's coming in to the airport. We know where aircraft are in the vicinity of the airport, and then of course there's a tracking system for paying landing fees and the like. And so what you try to do is come up with a way to allocate access under a quota, for example, that's intended to give you a percentage reduction in operations. You can do that any number of ways. Even IATA is the International Air Transportation Association, has a way for allocating slots. You can put them out for auction in terms of seeing what the market will bear for permission to use the airport. There are any number of ways to do it.
That's for a greater discussion. I appreciate that start on that, Bill. And if there's any more information you can give that to the board in the future, that'd be great on that. Lastly, before I then just have one comment, is that there was a comment from a caller and about switching, to attain airspace that would be an E-class airspace around the tower. Currently, if we're a D, but if we remove the tower, it goes to a G. I know we can extend it, but if we do go to an E-class, we would need a tower for the length of the whole entire year, and that would also change up the operational budget of the potential airport. So any type of operations that might have to happen there, or fees, or fines, would actually probably have to include a longer operational duration of a manned and stationed tower. Would that be correct?
Well, if you want to keep the tower open longer than it currently is, there's going to be a cost associated with that. The issue on the difference between Class E and Class G airspace has to do with when the tower is closed. So when the tower is open, it's Class D airspace. When it's closed, it's currently Class G. There is an option to consider upgrading the airspace from Class G to Class E for those times when the airport is closed. And that creates some additional requirements in terms of weather and which aircraft are permitted to operate in that airspace. So it would always be Delta airspace when you had a tower. The issue is whether when you don't have a tower, whether it's G or E. I'd like to see it get upgraded to E, regardless of whether you want to have extended tower operations.
I thank you for that explanation, because I was reviewing it a little bit differently. And lastly, just going through some of the operational numbers, I think the board agrees 2020 is a little bit of an asterisk year, but we're seeing, large increases in jets from 2019, slight decreases both in helicopters and seaplanes so far from 2019. But I think the way that I want to consistently keep looking at this is any action or any scalpel that we take to the airport, what's the percentage of operations that will that slice of that scalpel decrease? And I have to be very sensitive also, to how the diversion happens to Montauk. I think we all agree with that then too. And as Jeff's getting back to it, and I know Peter's mentioned it, the quicker we can react to it, potentially the better. But there is a lot of rancor out there in the township right now. Okay, I think what we have to pull back is that I am going to make any decision moving forward to make sure that the residents from Montauk Point Lighthouse all the way to Town Line Road are done as one township. And we will look at the surrounding municipalities and residents also to make sure that anything we do here tries to find relief for all and doesn't displace anything. So I want to make people assure of that as I go forward in my decision-making process. Thank you.
I mean, that's something that I've said all along is I don't want to displace the problem from one part of town to another. So that's why I'm keenly interested in taking a very close and careful look when we start implementing and before we start implementing restrictions to have a better idea as what the impacts are before they go into effect.
I want to join in that.
Rather than trying to respond to them and put mop up the mess of spillover later after the fact, like a 1-year closure would do.
No, I disagree with that, but I agree. I agree to this extent, and I think it's really important, having listened to Montauk. And when Montauk speaks, I think we've all learned you have to listen to Montauk. They have an independent streak, and their concern is real. That diversion will hurt them. But what I find encouraging about the whole scenario, even though there is this very anxious concern, which is valid, is that Montauk really wants what everybody else in town wants. They want nothing different. They do not want largely helicopters destroying the peace and tranquility that they have in Montauk. And they're very clear about that. And so I think it's an opportunity for us to recognize that we are one town, we have one problem, there's going to be one solution to that problem. And I think that what Montauk wants to hear is that we have their back and that, we will be protecting them. And it's not a question of, a reckless plan, Peter, reckless and dangerous plan. It's a question of, for me, the first priority is giving relief to thousands of people who have suffered with all the impacts of aircraft noise, and this includes Montauk, for decades. It's taking a first step that really is something substantive that changes their lives, especially as we enter into the season. And then the second part of it, which I find promising, is that we can make adjustments in real time. And I think some of the decision making that we're going to do, we can't know all the answers to. Not everything on diversion is capable of being reduced to an algorithm or a formula. And we are going to have to be a bit nimble and attuned to what's going on, particularly in Montauk, so that we can adjust. That's not a bad plan. That's a good, flexible plan. And I don't like being characterized as a dangerous and reckless person. I think what I was suggesting. Excuse me. Let me just finish.
I didn't suggest you were a dangerous person or careless.
You said the plan was reckless and dangerous.
The plan is reckless. You can't just close the airport for a year and then just.
I'm not talking about.
Wait and see what happens. And look, I'm really happy that your position has changed and moderated.
No, Peter.
No, well, let me just finish, Jeff.
No. Excuse me. You interrupted me.
Your letter didn't.
Peter, excuse me. You interrupted me. Let me just finish.
Oh, okay. Why don't you just finish?
Really?
I thought you were done.
No, I don't think you did. What I was saying is I don't like my plan, which basically focused on no jets, no helicopters, and no seaplanes, subject to adjustment over a period of a year. And we've heard today from our airport council that we can make adjustments as we move along in shorter periods of time. My suggestion is that provides the first goal is to provide relief to thousands of people who are suffering the impacts from aircraft traffic. And then the second goal is this is not a solution. It's not the conclusion of the process. It would give us time to experience what's going on in real time and make adjustments. That's not dangerous. It's not reckless. It's prudent and it's deliberative. And it answers right away the main concern we have, which is to give people relief.
Have you finished, Jeff? Yes. I'll just say that it was initially a reckless plan because you didn't actually even address commercial aircraft in your letter, that you suggested that the airport would basically close to all users except maybe some small planes, and then we'll wait a year and we'll see what happens. That's what your plan was. You've changed it. I'm glad to see you changing your position. I'm glad Montauk told you point blank that your plan had grave concerns for them, because when you talk about just shutting down the airport to all commercial traffic, I think it's unrealistic to think that you can protect Montauk, that 1 year holiday is no holiday for Montauk at all. And I've been concerned about diversion for years now. And I think the diversion study shows certainly that there will be some diversion. And I think we need to be very careful and deliberative about which restrictions we put into place and when, and that we know before we go, as you like to say, what the impacts will be as best as we can. We can't know everything, but there are things that are knowable, and I think we should try to know them before we make those decisions.
I just want to add something, and that is that Montauk, what Montauk was arguing, and it's based on their legitimate concerns. They're legitimately concerned about diversion, but really what I heard when I went there was, don't touch the airport, keep it open. So there's not a recognition that the operating airport in the status quo that we have right now is causing the problem and has caused an acceleration of traffic in Montauk and all over East Hampton. So they weren't critical of my proposal to eliminate the commercial aircraft. Jets and helicopters and seaplanes are generally commercial aircraft. I didn't want to label helicopters only as commercial because there are a couple people that own helicopters, but I focused on those because those are the aircraft that are causing problems, and knowing before you go involves the benefit of taking a year during which we can calculate and recalibrate, is that we will learn in real time what happens. Montauk is afraid legitimately. We have to have their back. But the answer is not keeping the airport open. And that is the message that Montauk is being is being encouraged to send to us. And we know that's not the correct message. So my response to Montauk is like my response to every time we've had an issue that came up where neighbors were fighting with neighbors, is that we don't sacrifice one hamlet to resolve issues in another hamlet. We're one town, one solution, and we've got to work together as a community. And we can do that, but they need reassurance that we care about them.
So does Waynescott. And the rest of Hampton, and
absolutely.
Sag Harbor and Noyak and everybody else. So I do want to get in here because I know that, a couple of questions to Bill. I mean, we keep talking about these adjustments, or Jeff keeps saying if we have a year off, we can adjust here, we can adjust there. When does SECRA apply? And if you have, let's say 50 jets are allowed through a slot system to come in, and then we say, no, we can do 100. That's increasing what is going on at the airport. Is that a SECRA application at that point in time? So you can't just turn it up, turn it down, make it go sideways. You can't do that. You have to, there are rules and regulations that apply. And when is that going to apply?
I can't answer when we don't have, what we're proposing or what we're limiting. But what I can say is, yes, of course, state environmental review could be implicated if you took certain action.
I think that's important. I know Jeff is, usually the guy that talks about SECRA, but if it works in his favor, I'm afraid he's not talking about it.
Oh, no, I'm happy to talk.
I really think we need to understand where SECRA applies, when it applies to any situation that we might be considering.
I was going to jump in, but I didn't want
to. That's a discussion that I think hasn't been talked about yet. And my other question is, if we reopen as a public use airport and decide that is
private use.
Jeff, can you just let Sylvia finish, please?
If we open as a private airport, no, we're a public use airport. We are going private with the public use airport. Is there still the opportunity to close the airport at any point in time? Or is that, what procedures would that entail? Because we haven't talked about that. We just talked about, whether we close and open, whether we close. But now if we close, open and close, is that a possibility?
Yes.
Okay, at any point in time, or is there procedural issues again that we would have to go through?
There would be federal, state, and local procedures to consider, but they're primarily notice-based. But yeah, I mean, as a concept, yes. And on SECRA, that's going to be in the background. To be fair, we have talked about it and acknowledged that it needs to be considered.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but at the same time, I don't think you're going to want to put yourself in a position where incremental changes are constantly
right.
kind of under review. So, I mean, it's a real thing. It needs to be considered. I'm not trying to minimize it.
Well, that's why I'm concerned when somebody says, in real time, we can dial it back or we can push it forward. I find that concerning. And I find that to be something that might violate some of the SECRA stuff that we need to pay attention to.
I don't have the answers totally on SECRA, but
let Sylvia finish.
I'm really asking Bill, because he's our aviation attorney, and
I know, but you pointed to me for not speaking. I thought I'd offer a
okay,
Jeff, if you could just let Sylvia finish, please.
It's okay. It's not going to happen. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands and that's listening in the public, that some of these suggestions need a lot more sussing out at this, to figure out exactly what can and cannot happen. So, sorry. And that's all I have right this minute.
I was just going to say that I think, when you're evaluating something under secret, you could set parameters on some of the actions you're taking. We're gonna reduce helicopter flights, between, I don't know, a given percentage and another percentage, to be determined between the two. And under a secret evaluation, within those parameters, make a statement that, within those parameters, however we adjust it, make a finding that it's going to be generally a reduction in adverse impacts, and make a determination on a plan that gives you the kind of flexibility you need. I think it can be done. It's not like you have to do secret on every move that you make. I think you can do it in a more generic way. But I'd have to look at the secret regulations more carefully, but I think it could be managed.
We can have our counsel look into that. We have on retainer a number of attorneys, including Ded Rosa, who is the preeminent secret attorney working for the town. Are there any other specific questions?
I just want to go back to, obviously it sounds like we've all, we've gotten one step further if we all want to go with option 2 and, temporarily close the airport to be a publicly owned private use airport. So now I go back to, we need to figure out, for me, what we're trying to solve in order to come up with the menu of restrictions or suite of restrictions. I did just get a text that confirming that as of December 2nd, it will be a Class E airspace. So I guess I'd like to understand that, Bill, because I understood what Class G was, Class Gulf, and that's an uncontrolled airspace. What's the benefit of going from, I know G is like, as I said, uncontrolled. That's like
free for all,
like the worst case scenario. E, what does that mean for us in our community?
Primarily, it's the weather minima. Okay. So just looking.
So among the things that we could do is we could essentially ban special VFR. Is that correct, Bill? And that's something I think we could do in any case, couldn't we, as a private use airport?
I want to talk about that. I have some thoughts on that, but not ready to share them publicly this time.
Is it possible, for us to be able to move forward, I'm sure, all of, my colleagues all have ideas or thoughts of what the problem is and how to remedy it and what the restrictions should be. Maybe it would make sense for each of us to, draft a problem statement or build off the problem statement we had, finalized back in 2015, so that it might be helpful for us to do, each of us to work on what we think is the problem, how we think we should solve it, and then share that with Bill, because, sometimes us being here in this format, it isn't as productive as it could be. So it might be more productive for each of us to, send to our attorney how to move this ahead, because, time's a ticking. We want to have this, we've got to come up with restrictions, Bill. I had asked you this yesterday. What is your recommendation if we're going to be temporarily, we have to notice the FAA, 30 days notice. We've got to figure out, negotiate what the temporary closure means with the FAA. Is that a day, a month, a week? What is that? And then we should have those restrictions in mind at the onset when we reopen as a private use airport. So it might be helpful if each of us, put pen to paper and figured out what what's our non-negotiables.
And I'd like to just suggest that since we have a huge amount of data, we have the flights, the type of flights, when they flew, hours they flew. We have complaint data going back years, and to take the various operations, marry with them complaints and times, and we basically know that during the summer season, particularly July and August, especially, are times when we get the greatest volume and the greatest number of complaints. And then, I think we could look at, so what does it mean? What are these? What's the revenue generated by these? So we understand as we reduce it, what we're going to reduce in terms of revenue at the same time, what we're going to reduce in terms of complaints, and what we would reasonably expect would be the result as in terms of diversion and possibly transfer to other types of aircraft. Because we did see some transferring when we started, working on noisiest aircraft. We saw some transfer also to like seaplanes when there was some further restrictions. So it's just a thought, an approach, just to break it down that way.
Yeah, well, HMMH is going to be a critical partner in this, but part of the problem is in 2015 and 2016, when we were, looking at, how the curfews were working, or had HMMH doing our analysis, plane noise was the only game in town, right? But now we've got air noise report. So I think that could be limitations, because now there's two systems that folks can complain to. So that might, and I'd like to hear from HMMH, how is that going to impact, is complaints, is that the metric? Like, we haven't defined, what the metric is. Part of the issue with Montauk, we don't, we've all stated, we certainly don't want to move, have aircraft diverting there and just moving the problem from one end of town to the other. But we don't have any real operational data there. We don't know the number of operations. We know that when they applied for a grant in 2009, they said that they had 30,000 operations. But we have no way. Most people think that was just, that's not the correct number. But and that their operations have increased with the popularity of the hamlet and the real estate transactions that have gone on out there. But we have no idea what kind of increases they've seen over the last few years. So that's a whole.
That may be something that may be some data that we can get a handle on. I know that there's not always somebody at the airport, and so there may be operations that occur there that aren't even recorded, where landing fees aren't even paid. I can't really speak to that. That is something we can attempt to get. But I do think that part of any suite of restrictions would always, I would always consider hours of operation, and why wouldn't you? Now, I know hours of operation doesn't necessarily solve volume, but it definitely serves to protect the public from disruption given certain hours, especially overnight hours when folks might be trying to sleep, or early morning hours. And there may be certain times on weekends that you might not want flights coming and going after a certain period of time. So that's, I think, something that board members should also consider, along with trying to find ways to reduce volume of the most disruptive types of aircraft.
What we have that data, from from May, when HMMH made a presentation on what the noisiest aircraft, what got the most complaints. Some of it is they're also the most frequently, used aircraft types too, for sure. But we need to bring HMMH in, I guess. But I still think we need to each figure out for ourselves, how are we defining the problem? Sylvia brought up environmental, is there, a noise restriction? You have to be below a certain decibel level, and you have to have a certain, below a certain, carbon emissions. That might be something that we want to marry, and that's going to take time.
Well, again, I think trying to marry the restrictions to what the concerns are is vitally important. And that we try to do that ahead rather than just see what happens.
Bill, can I ask another question of you? It's in determining the length of closure, what's determining the length of closure or the need for that portion of it to be able to convert?
We don't have a clear answer on that right now, David.
Okay.
Right, that was, they said
We're gonna be
temporarily closed wasn't that
right. I mean, the FAA gave us
language in the November 6th letter?
And, the issue is, is there a way to do it with the least amount of disruption?
So we will be having conversations with the FAA, and that's at the very top of the list of questions for them to see if they can give us some additional guidance on that particular.
Thank you.
Right.
Anything else for Bill? We still have a pretty lengthy work session ahead.
Dinner's coming up soon too.
Dinner? Not that late.
No, thank you very much, Bill. I appreciate the board for having this discussion, and thank you, Bill, for putting it together.
No, I appreciate it, and a lot of good questions, and I don't have all the answers for you, but I think if we all kind of work with the data set we have and the other things that are being worked on as well, that we can get close, to trying to get some certainty as much as we can around some measures that would make sense. So I appreciate the time, and I know we'll be talking soon.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Bill. Well, we'll be talking to you shortly. Next up, we have Kim Shaw and Samantha Klein. Kim's the Director of Natural Resources. Samantha's environmental specialist in the department, and they're going to give us an update on the Coastal Assessment and Resiliency Plan. This is an effort that we started a number of years ago, applying for a Department of State grant post Hurricane Sandy, and also there was a NYSERDA grant. Those two grants kicked off the study, and we've actually had two outside consulting firms helping us. The first phase was basically doing computer modeling of low-lying areas within the township to understand the amount of real estate at risk and under different scenarios of both sea level rise and or storm inundation, which areas, again, were most at risk so that we could develop plans for resiliency. And so at this point, I'll turn it over to Samantha and Kim. Good afternoon.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Hi, everyone. We'll try and be brief today with this presentation. Today we're going to take the opportunity to give you an overview of the Coastal Assessment Resiliency Plan, and we'll follow that up at a future meeting with a detailed reach-by-reach analysis of all the recommendations for the entire shoreline. This plan to date has been fully vetted and reviewed by the CARP Committee, as well as the Waterfront Advisory Committee, as well as department staff. So we've made a lot of modifications, sent it back to our consultants, and Samantha is going to give you an overview. Just about 2 weeks ago, we made a presentation to the
New York State Floodplain Managers Association.
And this plan was, really welcomed. It got a lot of great reviews, so we're happy to share it with you today. I just wanted to thank our committee chairs, Allison Branco and Laura Tierman, as well as Ramesh, for their detailed comments on the plan and, just really reviewing this and making sure that we have a solid, comprehensive plan to work off of. Moving forward, we're going to be sitting down with involved departments to go over implementing some of the low-hanging fruit that's contained in this overview today, such as flood and building code modifications. So this is about 15 minutes, so I'm going to let Samantha take over, and let's see how this goes.
Right.
Thanks, Kim.
Okay. Yeah, so the town selected specific areas to be looked at in depth for assessment of their coastal risks and make recommendations for those areas to reduce the negative effects of those identified risks and preserve key assets within those areas. Here are aerials of a few of these focus areas. The town chose these locations based on historic and anecdotal known flooding issues to occur, noticeable erosion that shorelines are already suffering from, high density public use areas, presence of commercial districts, and residential areas. So as Kim was saying, the way the CARP is formatted is that each focus area is an attachment to the report. So there's a section for each of these that outlines the risks, goals, and recommendations specific to each focus area. So if after this presentation, we can come in and do another one and discuss the specifics for each of these. This is one table in the report that outlines coastal hazards of high concern for the different areas. Shoreline erosion, flood damage, and area access are noted as high concerns impacting many or all of these areas. This information helps us to then form strategies to target these identified concerns. CARP has several recommendations. They fall under these general categories. We're going to go into some more detail about a few of these. Additional recommendations that are more physical projects, so improving roadway flood protection through public works projects and green infrastructure, living shorelines and natural or nature-based solutions, the formation of erosion control districts to provide funding to help with recovery costs related to storm events and erosion, also an overall bluff enhancement and maintenance plan. Marsh and dune plantings are recommended for most shoreline areas to help with preventing erosion. Beach nourishment reduces beach erosion and preserve dunes in the short term as an intermediate measure. And then the green infrastructure projects that we're talking about, bioswales, rain gardens, permeable pavement that would all manage stormwater and mitigate flooding issues. Now to go into a little bit more detail about one of the recommendations, which is on modifying building regulations. Currently, the town has elevation requirements for high hazard areas, so that would be the 1% annual chance flood for substantial improvements or new development. The CARP recommends incorporating medium sea level rise projections to determine a town-specific design flood elevation. In general, design flood elevations are above the base flood elevation as a factor of safety to account for unknown factors. The difference between the base flood elevation and the design flood elevation can affect insurance rates. As of recently, FEMA is updating their flood insurance risk rating system with new pricing methods. What this means for East Hampton is that overall, we are going to see a large percentage of property owners that will be affected by this and have an increased insurance rate. This will happen in April of this coming year for existing policies, and new policies are being rated under this new system as of starting of this month, October 1st. The town would want to verify with FEMA, but potentially us making changes like these with our code that mitigate the property loss and damage from storms can help with these insurance rates. CARP also recommends adding substantial damage as a regulatory threshold for this. Substantial damage would be met when the cost to repair the damage to a home is greater than 50% of the pre-storm market value of the home. This definition for substantial damage is already in the town code, but it's just not stated as a regulatory threshold for raising structures, so the recommendation would be to add that in.
In market value, it's the cost to reconstruct, not land, just for the reconstruction of the structure. Is that correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Another recommendation relates to emergency planning and roadway protection. During an extreme flood event, 35 to 45 miles of town roads will be flooded and or impassable. The CARP recommends refining our evacuation protocols with this coastal hazard information of storm and sea level rise projections. A recommendation would be to raise key roads in certain areas to be able to reach people during severe weather. Most of these recommendations would involve working with several departments and organizations. For the specific one of roadway resilience and emergency planning, it'll involve coordinated efforts with the emergency preparedness officer, marine patrol, highway, even police and fire departments. Some emergency planning measures recommended in the CARP plan are already in place, like an emergency notification system to residents, so anyone can sign up for that on the town website. We also have signage of alternate routing for residents to more safely navigate during flood events. There are some factors within existing emergency response plan that should be reviewed and modified.
Oh, I think we lost the presentation, Sam.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like high water vehicles, police boats.
So, Sam, could you reshare your screen for us? I think we lost your presentation.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
All good.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, David. Okay. Yeah, so we were just talking about, things that we already have, but that maybe we want to just reassess and identify if there are additional needs. So for high water vehicles and police boats, we were talking to Bruce Bates briefly about this and Ed Michaels. Currently we do have some, but maybe we need to look at if we need additional ones. Or even additional training, like stillwater flood response training. This map here, it shows Fort Pond and its potential for backdoor flooding over downtown Montauk. This might be a road or area we look at for a combined effort of roadway elevation and green infrastructure projects that reduce stormwater flow. Looking closer at the results of this study, we may also want to identify roads where flood mitigation isn't feasible. So a next step would be to determine the town's responsibility to maintain the roads and the legal process of abandoning them. Another step of this, there would also be a need for coordination with town, county, and state on flood hazard mitigation. One project would be to look at a development of a strategy for the Long Island Railroad. It's an estimated 5.5 miles of railway that, sorry about that. Estimated 5.5 miles of railways that are vulnerable to coastal flooding. 1 mile of it is by Navy Road and Industrial Road. In the vicinity of Fort Pond, that has about a 5% annual chance of flooding. And then there's another 4.5 miles of rail located parallel to Montauk Highway and Napeague. That has an annual chance of 2 to 5% of flooding, making it impassable during those storm events. This strategy might result in raising the rail line in certain spots. Also, we would look at flood proofing the terminal train station at the Montauk stop. For certain community areas, significant roadway flooding, along with other conditions, can lead to the recommendation to establish managed retreat overlay zones. Some factors to determine these zones would be low topography resulting in frequent inundation or predicted total submergence of roadways, site inaccessibility to the public, residents, and emergency services, high shoreline recession rates, and the continuation of roadway maintenance and improvements not being financially feasible for the town to keep up with. Managed retreat is a preferred strategy over non-managed retreat, which would be eventual loss of structures due to repetitive flood damage and sea level rise. On the property owner end, they would be putting themselves and their property at risk by staying in an area zoned for this. On the town end, having ownership of the land with managed retreat strategy would allow us to remove structures and convert properties to open space. This would be an opportunity to better maintain beaches and dunes by allowing for their natural migration or doing additional plantings and nourishment to make them more robust. One of the focus areas of this report is Girard Drive. It has a few main recommendations. One of them is managed retreat due to its low topography and existing vulnerability to sea level rise and flooding. There are known frequent flood inundations of the access roads to this area that are expected to occur more often. The shoreline recession is shown in the second image here. So the dotted line is the current shoreline, and then this image shows the 2050 expected shoreline. The CPF plan has been modified to target the properties south of the second causeway in this area, as well as on the west side of the first causeway for acquisition. So this area has a combination of efforts of the managed retreat, the CPF plan coming in to buy the properties. And another recommendation for this area is to use living shorelines on the west side of the Girard Peninsula. East Hampton faces a lot of wind action and wave action, so the type of living shoreline would have to be chosen and sited correctly in the next phase of this project. Another step from CARP would be to hire a firm to further analyze the need for these managed retreat overlay zones and the regulatory thresholds and triggers for the establishment process of them. An important component and challenge to assessing the feasibility of managed retreat is to identify relocation options. Retreat plans will also need to involve a cost-benefit analysis, and funding programs to accomplish this would have to be solidified, either town or FEMA buyout programs. And there would need to be a strong public outreach component to cultivate the support for property owners in a voluntary buyout program. So I wanted to conclude with the overall goals of the resilience plan, with some of these recommendations overlapping to achieve the goals. Like in the area that we just looked at, Girard Drive, it would be a combination of managed retreat, natural and nature-based solutions to reduce property damage loss and preserve natural resources. With areas vulnerable to flooding that can't be abandoned or feasibly zoned for managed retreat, we would need to look at elevating roadways and installment of green infrastructure to create a resilient transportation system and reduce the property damage and loss. Yeah, so this is all I have here. And then just a last slide. This is a link to the town website where we have some past presentations that were given to the public on the different focus areas. They are available there. And this is the same spot that we would make the CARP plan available as well. Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Thanks for Samantha.
Yeah, a couple. Sam, I know that we are coordinating with the Village of East Hampton. Are you gonna have the same presentation for the village also, or are they doing it, or do they continue to sign on to the CARP plan?
Yeah, so their area, it's included in our CARP, but the consultant team also made a separate village-focused CARP. So they also have their own that, yeah, we could definitely do a presentation on that as well.
Okay, and I do have to admit, I think the CARP plan's 740-ish pages. I haven't gotten through it all yet, but I do know that the times where you had the breakout groups for the residents of the certain areas that each plan was doing, was being highlighted. There was a lot of discussion there too. So getting those points of feedback from them, I hope produced such a good plan. Living shorelines. Can you explain that to me a little bit more? Is that oyster reefs, or what? How are we thinking about those?
Right. So that would definitely be something that we want to look into more detail at with hiring another company to look at this. So it's recommended in the CARP for different areas. areas in ponds and lakes mostly. So Girard Drive, the west side of it, as well as Louse Point, the west side of it. Those are both areas recommended, or Lake Montauk. So it's not specific about what types of living shorelines. So we would want those to be characterized specific for what would work best in those areas.
Are we saying the west side because of prevailing winds from nor'easters do a lot of that damage?
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
It's definitely high velocity zone there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've seen the shoreline change in Accabonac over the last 10 years dramatically, then too.
I was out
I just
there.
want to highlight, David, that the village independently paid for their portion of the study, whereas the town's portion was funded through a grant from the state.
Thank you, Kim.
Sure.
Other questions?
Yeah, I just, in looking at the managed retreat overlay, I presume that's like the sending district, right? That's the location where you'd like people to anticipate that they're going to have to realign and move. Is there, I know what from the public sessions that at one point we were identifying places in Montauk to be the receiving areas, and that ran into a little difficulty because it's kind of, and Montauk was saying, you can't just pick out sites on a map. You've got to really do like a further generic environmental impact study. I was just wondering if that's still the idea here. I assume that you haven't selected out the receiving site and worked out the actual mechanics of transferring development, because that's a little tricky. Is that correct?
Right. So we haven't identified the relocation areas. That would also be a second phase we would want to happen from this project. But the public meetings were interesting on these topics. For downtown Montauk, it's very, okay, that's one of the main commercial districts there in the harbor. And so if we were to move that, the big question is, where are we moving it to? We can't just not have it. But then with other areas like the Girard Drive area, it was actually well received, because when you're talking about, a residential area, maybe it's a little bit more feasible to have a voluntary buyout program. Even looking at other areas, like I think it was the Cranberry Hole Road focus areas, they also had mixed views on it. Some of the views were actually about the idea of like the town buying open water, even though it is a house, but if it's lost to the ocean anyway. But, arguments like that for managed retreat, we would say that by removing even a first line close to the water, it helps with inland flooding issues as well, by giving an opportunity to make dune plantings or things that would absorb stormwater and prevent erosion.
Right. Yeah, it's a good move. I understand that. I just think that when we actually we're going to have to get, I think, some help on how to actually structure a program that makes sense. That, if we select an area as the receiving site, you have to give those owners added density if they sell to the correct people who are coming in from the sending site. And it's a little, I think it can be done, but it's going to take a little bit of study, and it's important in Montauk. I know that, because they didn't want us to just, identify a receiving site and say that's it. They wanted a little more detail.
I think they were actually a little more concerned about identifying the sending site. They didn't want the actual piece that was going to be leaving to be identified necessarily.
Well, they were also concerned about where it was going to go and the mechanics of how it would work.
Right. So I have reached out to Nantucket and into smaller communities throughout Massachusetts that have this program in place, where they have identified receiving areas. So if you're along the bayfront and your house is suffering from imminent erosion and they won't let you do any hard structures, they have plans to move on the opposite side of the street. So they've already done significant conservation planning that was pretty impressive. So we are working with them and trying to model some of our recommendations after other coastal communities that face the same problems we do.
I'd like to see that, one of those, because it's a complex problem. Just think through it. I was hoping there was some other community that had used best practices and come up with a practical solution.
I look forward to discussing, about our zoning. I know we saw this a lot on the zoning board in the last 7 or 8 years. And Southampton Village changed to it as far as how FEMA base floor elevation might affect pyramid regulations or the community character of areas and how that might affect some areas here. So I look forward to moving this forward into our zoning for our building aspect, Chapter 255. And then lastly, my last question I have is, I know a lot of areas we're talking about sea level rise, but there's portions of erosion that are coming from stormwater runoff also. Are we looking at those areas that stormwater runoff from highlands eroding the beachfront lands can be are a part of the issue also? Is that going into this study?
Right, so there is a detailed section of the report that goes over all the town
green infrastructure.
Yeah, flooding of roadways, and yeah, there are already good green infrastructure projects underway through the CPF water quality budget. Some that have already been implemented or that have been funded through other organizations. Like we were looking at the Boswell the other day that Surfrider completed over by Methodist Lane Church. So yeah, the town already, is doing good work with the green infrastructure projects, but the CARB definitely specifies that we want to make that more robust to not only focus, like you're saying, focus on the inland flooding issues that we have, not all on the shoreline. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sam, you mentioned, bringing in a consultant to work on, I guess, the managed retreat piece, but I mean, is this really now at a point where you're asking us to adopt, or do we have more presentations that go into? I know it was hard because just before COVID, we got in some of the in-person sessions, at the American Legion, which were great, and was more challenging when we had to go virtual. And so are we at a point where are you asking us to adopt this, or is there going to be more presentations on each of the specific areas? I just, so I can understand how we're looking to move forward.
I don't think we're ready yet. I think that we'd like to share with you some of the additional recommendations. We've already been approached by TNC for additional grant monies to further this analysis and to go to the next steps and to actually fund some of the recommendations in here. So working with Allison Branco and our partners at PEP, they really want us to take that next step. But first we have to present, I think, some of the more detailed and recommendations for each reach and get buy-in from the community. It's been a while since we presented this. This grant is fairly old. We're just closing it out, but this whole COVID thing just put a hard stop on a lot of the progression moving forward. But like I said, we have a lot of support to take the next steps from our partners who really think that the plan is got some strong recommendations in it. And so we'll follow up, the rest of this calendar year with maybe doing a couple reaches. But again, reaching out to Accabonac Harbor Protection and other groups that are interested in just hearing the final recommendations before the board actually adopts the plan.
And it just seems that, the information to date is just so invaluable. I mean, looking at the maps help us inform where we need to, expend community preservation fund monies for purchases and also for, the water quality projects that, your counterpart Melissa works on. So I can imagine there's a lot of sharing of information.
Yeah, a lot of this is tied together. And it's tied to the Hamlet plans too. So, it's a strong document, I think.
Yeah, especially in Montauk. Any other questions for Kim or Sam? All right, we thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
So that takes us up to the discussion of cannabis legislation. John, you want to?
Okay. Well, we had some preliminary discussions about this previously, and we are coming up against a time deadline soon. By the end of the year, the town has to act to either, if you're going to opt out, you need to do it by the end of the year. And this is with regard to dispensaries and also establishments that allow consumption of cannabis products on premises. Most of the cannabis regulations that the state has adopted in their recent legislation and basically provide the new Office of Cannabis Management with most of the control over anything cannabis related. The exception is with regard to areas, locations where there might be a dispensary or a location where you could actually consume products with cannabis contained in them, in which case we're allowed to regulate time and basically regulate time, which is something we often can't regulate, and also locations and manner of operation. So essentially, we can enact zoning regulations that pertain to such uses. Or we can opt out of one or both of those two items. The important thing to remember is that if you don't opt out by the end of the year, you don't have the ability to opt out afterwards. But if you do opt out and if you feel you need more time to examine this and develop a plan for it, or consider it further, you can opt out and then opt back in at any point after the end of the year. It's just the opting out that if you don't exercise, you won't be able to exercise it in the future. So we kind of need to decide which way we're going. Sorry?
Yeah, in terms of opting out, because if we do nothing, we're automatically in.
If you do nothing, you're required.
Will we be required to have a public hearing? Or is this just by resolution subject to permissive referendum?
It's a permissive referendum. If you opt out, we would do it pursuant to the guidelines they've issued. They have specific guidelines as to how they expect us to opt out. So of course we do it pursuant to that. It is a permissive referendum. And the permissive period doesn't necessarily have to run before the end of December. You have to adopt the legislation to opt out by the 31st of December, and then the permissive period can still run after that, and you'd still be okay. But I would recommend we don't wait that long.
Right.
That's what we're going to do.
Right. So I'm just.
Yeah, it's a local law, right, John? They have a form of a local law.
I believe it's a form of a local law,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Right. So, which means typically, I don't think I'm looking. It's a pretty thick statute, but. Typically, local law would require a 5-day notice minimally of a hearing date, and then we would act after that. Yeah, local law.
So we
adopted.
So we would have a hearing date?
Well, for a local law, we really have to. It doesn't really exclude that. It says adopts a local law subject to permissive referendum. So we both have to have the local hearing and the permissive notice. So the local hearing would need to happen before the 31st of December, but not the permissive. That can run after the end of December.
But we have to, but if we're virtual, if there's public comment, right, it has to get posted and then we can vote. So
yeah,
it's not an after hearing resolution, I guess, is my point.
Right. If you're going to maintain the procedure that you have in place now, right? We have been noticing with waiting for a week's publication on the website before we act. So, we definitely would need to do this, preferably sometime in November, but early December, I would say would be
the
a
absolute
wise choice.
latest would seem to be December 2nd.
John,
Yeah.
if it's going to be a local law, is it the adoption date of the town or when it's filed with the state? Because that's going to add some time in too.
It's adoption date, isn't it?
That's when it's filed. It's usually effective on filing. It does read that the municipality must adopt, though. So, we can get some clarity on that, but I'd rather not push the boundaries if we can. The Association of Towns has some useful information that they've assembled for municipalities that
Let's not kick the cannabis down the road too far.
Yeah, I don't think we should.
Do they have a template for legislation for opting out?
Yeah.
They do?
There is one kicking around somewhere.
Can you
I'll
circulate
circulate
it?
it to everybody. I'm sorry?
So one of the aspects of this that's not yet finalized is just how, I guess, dispensaries and places of consumption will be regulated. I don't think those regulations have been fully promulgated by that state board.
Well, that's true. I'm not even sure the board's fully staffed as far as appointments, but basically, we can certainly enact zoning regulations. They have to license everything, and they're pretty strict in the licensing criteria, in that they don't allow, for the most part, unless it's sort of a micro economic type of thing where you're a small operator, you can't be a manufacturer and a dispenser. There's a lot of restrictions, so that
the only reason I mentioned that is I know that there are a couple of other municipalities, I believe, that cited that as reason for opting out for now while they further consider the implications.
Yeah, I mean, what we have right now in place are just the guidelines that the board's supposed to operate under, but there's no, as far as I know, there haven't been any regulations adopted by the board yet. There's legislation that tells them how they need to operate, and there's a lot of restrictions on how these entities are supposed to operate, but really implementing the program is not really in place at this point.
And I understand we have quite a fair amount of leeway in adopting zoning restrictions. One of the things that came up in the last meeting was board members brought up whether or not we could prohibit consumption in public places, particularly smoking. I think smoking was the item of concern. And as I understand it, we could restrict that, but only if we also restricted the consumption of tobacco smoked in those same locations. And what have you found subsequent to that discussion in terms of, is there any prohibition of smoking tobacco in public under the town's?
There's not a lot in the town's regulations itself. Most of the regulations are under the state public health law that limits smoking in places of employment, bars, transportation locations, waiting areas for transportation near hospitals and certain outdoor areas of various facilities, but nothing on a local level that probably is along the lines of what we look for.
Even if we didn't opt out, I mean, even if we did nothing, currently under the law, people are allowed to smoke marijuana in public?
Only where smoking is otherwise permitted.
Right.
If
so in other words, unless there's a prohibition, someone can just walk down the street or out in front of the school or at the bus stop or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, probably not by schools, because I think it's 100-foot radius or something.
Yeah.
But and school grounds are not permitted. But basically, if you could smoke a cigarette, and actually the state also includes vaping in the restrictions. So if you can't smoke, you can't vape. And as long as that's in place anywhere, which I don't think we have a lot of local, there isn't really a lot of local regulation on that. You might want to consider adopting that, and it would cover all of those. It would cover cigarette smoking and vaping as well.
There is nothing in the code.
Yeah, so I talked to David McMaster about this morning, and because I was asking him about, for instance, at our parks, right, at the youth park or the Montauk skate park, and he spoke to John Rooney and got me the signs. Now, we say on our sign, no alcohol, tobacco, or any illegal substance allowed on the premises. It's not in the code. In the New York state law, it prohibits smoking in places of employment where services are offered to children.
Right.
Schools, including school grounds. So
the skate park,
maybe we used that, places of employment where services are offered to children, but it's not explicit. It's not explicit in our code that you can't smoke or have alcohol.
So the Montauk skate park is within the New York State right of way, though. So
Well, the New York State right away, the license is that we can't. Only thing the license it says that we can't sell tobacco in that right away. There's not a section in there that says it can't be.
But Kathy's saying that you can't have, under New York state law, you can't have the marijuana smoke there, cigarette smoke there if there's, if you're providing services to children. So,
Well, places of employment where services are offered to children.
So it's not either or. It has to be a place of employment where services are offered.
That's the way it's.
So it doesn't sound like it covers it. We would have to.
There are
have to
some
do
other
something.
regs. There's like, there's like childcare facilities and things of that sort in the state public health law. But I don't know that when you look at it that it's very much on point for a lot of our facilities. I'm thinking that maybe
I think we would. This is where we have to use our powers of our zoning code. I know we're starting to see some issues with this at our guarded beaches right now, with marijuana being consumed, and at our guarded beaches are where a lot of families are. So I am very interested in using our power of zoning to prevent that from occurring, where families, enjoy themselves. I know I started looking into when I started hearing about this in like 2019, when states are starting to legalize marijuana. I looked into the town code, and I would like to see the town code offer a section like we have it in section 255-550, which is specific standards and safeguards. One of them comes to which is a tavern or bar. And that section number 1, it says the site should not be located within 500 feet of a church, school, playground, park, hospital, nursing, or proprietary rest home, similar public or semi-public place, or residential district boundary. So if I started plotting that on maps from all our hamlets, and it does cover a lot of areas where where new facilities or dispensaries could not be, but it still allows for some sections. I would like to see a potential section like that in the code if we do move forward in any which way, where it limits where the sale could be of marijuana. But getting to what Peter is discussing a little bit more, I would even like to see it more on public facilities, parks. Let's put it into the code if it's not there. Even our beaches, these are places I'm concerned about also.
Is it clear we can regulate smoking on the local level, John? Is that?
Yes.
Yes.
It appears that that's fine for us.
It sounds like we need a local law that.
We need a local law
more tailored to what we have.
And I think, maybe it's certainly we have enough hamlet areas that we might not want to allow it, like, on downtown areas where people are walking on. I mean, it's up to you guys, but I'll try to get some samples from other locations that we can look at. It just seems like it makes sense because there's a lot of, at least as far as our facilities in East Hampton, I think there's a fair amount of holes in the state statute that, a lot, it does include a lot of facilities, but, a lot of facilities that we don't have here. And outdoor areas, it's really pretty restricted. It's, hospital grounds, 100 feet of a school, transportation platforms, things of that sort, but not, I don't see anything that mentions beaches, parking areas. There's really no regulations that would apply to our parks. So I think we might want to look at that and maybe just a separate chapter on restrictions on smoking in public places.
And I think probably that being separate, but back to dispensaries and places of consumption, if we were to allow them with zoning restrictions, is there any prohibition to further restrict after we adopt that statute? How does that work?
Yeah, you could amend the zoning. As long as you're within the scope of the restrictions.
It's not like a one-shot deal. So we either take the time and we develop our own zoning, which we can change over time,
right?
Or we do nothing and are automatically opted in with no decision. No basis
or opt out,
or you opt out
until you have your zoning developed, and then we can rescind the opt out. I
mean, my concern a little bit is I'd like to hear from the public. I think this is something we should really get some input from the public. I think it would help us. So I can't really gauge the community on this.
Right.
As discussed at our last meeting that we had this on, I know Sylvia's been discussing with the Waynescott CAC, and I'm planning on discussing with the Montauk CAC this coming, I think, the week after next. So we can come back to have a discussion if you want to talk to your CACs early November. Start gauging that from the public.
It might not be a bad idea to just, bring in, have a meeting where we say we're going to take comment just to hear a broader sample. I mean, I think.
Well, we have announced it several times and I think this is the third work session where we've actually discussed it. Not a single person has called in to comment today on the topic. We did hear from someone who was interested in having a growing business here.
Cultivating.
Taking existing nursery, business and converting it to the production of cannabis. But
that's really going to be state.
We need to talk about that as well, because my understanding is the cannabis business takes a lot of electricity because it's 24/7 and it's hoop houses and bright lights. And I think we need to really understand what that impact would be, both on farmers and on land and on our resources.
But that's not our regulation. Isn't that still state regulations for commercial cultivation?
Right.
State licensing through the new board.
Again, we don't know what
public. I mean, they do allow local municipal input, and that's supposed to be included in the decision-making process for any licensing. But no local authority to regulate that type of farming over any other kind of farming. If it's legal on the property, presumptively, according to the statute, they can grow cannabis commercially as long as they get a license from the state.
And how that is being grown isn't part of what we can consider?
Not according to the regulations, no. Our only input is comments to the cannabis management office,
which hasn't been built yet. Right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's why a couple of other municipalities haven't really wanted to opt in yet. They may join later. I mean, for me personally, if I had to decide right now, I would suggest that we opt out and then take a little bit more time. I know planning department has begun looking at where, if we were to consider distribution or consumption, where those locations might be. I think David's point about those restrictions of not having them within a certain distance of residential property, schools, etc. All those could be applied in that look so that we understand where they might be allowed with those protections. And then, some municipalities have said, well, they're only allowing for distribution and that it's only occurring in, industrial zoned locations. So there's a great deal of flexibility we would have. I just think we need to spend more time on it, and we're running up against a time constraint, and I'm not sure we'll get through the process of figuring this out ahead of the deadline.
I tend to be in agreement with that. And I do think we need to have the public more involved than just a couple of notices on work sessions, because they're going to, as the message seeps out, we're going to get more active comment on it. And as long as we can figure it out better and opt in, I think it's prudent to take a little time.
I agree.
So at this point, continue our research and review, but schedule an opt-out for now.
As long as
I think there's just a lot of questions.
I mean,
I wouldn't necessarily say schedule that opt-out yet. I wouldn't mind if we can just discuss this again in early November. Maybe we can put this information just up onto the website for the general public that can come from the Office of Cannabis Management, and then if we can make that final determination and just that first or second week of November, would that be okay, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, we have 4 meetings in November, but I think, if you're not getting this nailed down in early November, you start running up against the time.
I agree with that.
I just don't want to get in a situation where we weren't acting in a timely way.
I agree with you.
I mean, I know November 9th is already getting busy in terms of work session agenda. So,
Well, you'd have to notice it on the 18th in order to hear it on the 2nd and adopt it on the 16th.
right. And that's, I mean, so, you know, really, I think we need to sort of plan for maybe on the 4th, noticing it for the 4th.
We don't have any, what are we noticing?
Yeah.
We don't have a meeting before the 4th, and we
You
don't
mean,
have
well, we have to have a resolution to opt out, right?
Is it just a resolution?
No, it's going to be
It's a local law.
Yeah, it's a local law, so
Opt out. So
it needs a
if
public hearing.
if we noticed a local law to opt out for the 21st, to have the hearing on what would be the date? Could we have it on the 4th then?
Let's see, if you had it on the.
We could. So if we had the hearing on the 4th, that would allow us time to adopt either on the 16th or the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah, you
close transcript. You could adopt on the 16th or the 18th if you hear it on the 4th. I'd rather not let it slip into December, but that's up to the board.
Well, okay.
Board's pleasure.
Yeah, you can certainly do it on the 18th then. It's plenty of time.
I've already set to have that discussion on the 1st with the CAC, so I'd rather see if I can report back to some of their information either the 9th, and we can push it back the week. I understand where we're leaning towards, but
so then you'd have to hear it. You'd have to schedule it on the 16th of November.
You can schedule
it on the 2nd of December, and then you'd have to adopt it the 16th, right?
16th of the 21st.
Yeah, I mean, that's cutting it kind of close, but if that's what you want to do, we could do that. That would work.
Schedule it on the 18th of November.
Yeah.
Not the 16th.
Right.
So the board wants to schedule the hearing on the 18th of November. We should be able to decide it on the 2nd of December then, if we wish.
And then we adopt on the 14th or 16th or 21st.
Does that sound like a plan? Everybody okay with that? Heard Kathy say yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with those time frames.
Yeah, I guess that gives us enough time.
Okay. So John, if you can prepare that. Carol, you've got the notice ready to go in the queue for when John has that resolution done.
Sure, not a problem.
Make sure we get that on the agenda, on the timeline.
Absolutely.
Okay, I guess we can move on to liaison reports.
Okay. Wow, it's been a long meeting. All right.
It's
So
only 4 hours.
Just want to remind everybody, Drug Take Back Day is this Saturday, October 24th, here at Town Hall in the parking lot from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we're accepting prescription medications, over-the-counter medications, and medications, for household pet, for pets, it's all vitamins, you name it. So please, we didn't hold one in April like we normally do. We normally do 2 a year. We've only got one this year, and we hope that the community will take a look and stop by here on Saturday. I just wanted to know that the retreat has forwarded an email to me that this month is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and they're partnering with the Sag Harbor Cinema to raise awareness about abuse in our community. And they're sponsoring a frank discussion entitled Behind Closed Doors in an effort to get more people involved in ending the cycle of violence. Those in attendance will learn more about the signs of abuse and what you can do. It's going to take place this Sunday, October 24th, 4 o'clock on the 3rd floor of the cinema. Seating is limited, so if you plan to attend, you need to go on to sagharborcinema.org and reserve your tickets. The tickets are free, but you just need to have a reservation. Spring CAC met last month, and we discussed and had reports from the Springs Fireplace Road Corridor Subcommittee. They talked about the reconstruction of County Road 41, that it was a fantastic improvement beyond their wildest hope, but that there are a few areas in need of improvement as it relates to drag out. I've mentioned before, we had a meeting with the county and Legislator Fleming, and we're waiting to hear back from the county on how we can move forward. But we did have in attendance Mickey Valchik. He joined the meeting with his attorney, Eddie Burke Jr., and Mickey, it turns out that one of the members of the CAC had reached out to Mickey and explained the community's concerns over drag out. And on his lot, he's added new drainage, laid asphalt milling to address the drag out, is paving the entrance, and planted trees, and has a landscape crew cleaning once a week. And the CAC thanked him for all his efforts and was grateful for the example that he sets. The Litter Subcommittee also reported out. They talked about the Adopt a Road program, encouraging folks to work with their neighbors. And I know, Sylvia, you and I need to sit down with some of those folks on that committee so we can figure out how to, even strengthen the Adopt a Road program, because that's something that folks see is a very positive thing we can do in our community. There's also a committee that's not a town sanctioned committee, but it's called the Corridor Watch Committee, and they keep Springs Fireplace, clean, free of litter from Queens Lane to Woodbine. And they put a call out at the CAC for volunteers. If anybody could give up like an hour and a half every month or so to help them, keep Springs Fireplace Road clean. I've also mentioned the new Spring Citizens for Civility. They were at the CAC. They introduced themselves and shared that they are focused on quality of life issues, in particular littering and speeding. There was also a discussion about the need for bike lanes, particularly on Old Stone Highway. People were grateful that Steve Lynch had put up some signs on Old Stone Highway acknowledging there's no shoulder. And the Spring CAC meets again next Tuesday, October 26th at 6 o'clock via Zoom. And Chief Sarlo is going to be there. We felt that that was a good way for him to address a broader audience and talk and answer questions, particularly those that people have about speeding and littering. And then lastly, just to keep everybody updated on our progress with the emergency communications in Springs, I had mentioned last week that American Tower had drafted an agreement between them and the town. Our attorneys reviewed it last week and sent it back to American Tower red line. So we're waiting to hear back. So that's progressing. And that's what I have for today.
Thank you, Kathy. David, do you have a report for us?
Yes, thank you very much. The Nature Preserve Committee met. We went over maintenance reports that we had were given to us by Andy Gates. And primarily they're still doing southern pine beetle inspections on properties, clearing, they're doing trail clearing and other such great work that they're doing right now at this time of year. We discussed also deer exclosures and locations for one. We're targeting into right now the recommendation being to be up in the Grassy Hollow Preserve or deer exclosure to discuss deer browse. Nature Preserve Committee, we also discussed the surfacing of the parking area that's at the end of Loud's Point Road that's recently been done, how it doesn't work within what the management plan of that area is, but we did discuss that, let them know that this area was being looked at by the Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee for a potential project that can remediate that too. So those are ongoing conversations within a couple of different committees. One of the things that came up was we did also discuss the status of mowing at some of our town preserves. The grasslands at Fresh Pond, the Philippi property, the Roman property that was donated by Eileen Roman. These are areas in which we're trying to preserve grasslands in the town of East Hampton that were historically there, how important they are still. We want to let everyone know that the bow hunting season also started on November 29th. I believe just started on October. Let me double check on that actually before I know. I believe bow season has started. I have to check on the date. Land management also added 5 kiosks to the 5 small kiosks to the area. You'll see them at some areas in the Grace Estate, Jacobs Farm. They look great, and they're actually now using metal mapping on them, so the mapping doesn't fade then too. We're looking at various also trailheads just to finish. One of the trailheads is going to be complete, as we were talking about, is the Montauk dump. And then also next we're going to look into a design for one that would be at the Culloden Shores trailhead too, which is on off of Flamingo. In aquaculture, tomorrow, they're currently still seeding clams, oysters, and scallops. John Ryan Jr. Surf Rider Group is going to be seeding tomorrow. Hopefully they're going to get good weather and have some fun on the water. That's happening there, and so aquaculture is very busy in the field still right now. The CPF Advisory Committee did meet yesterday, actually, and we did receive a letter from the CPF Advisory Committee last week, but also they had a discussion, a couple community letters about specific properties in Springs for acquisition, but more specifically, there was a little bit of an extended discussion about the CPF Advisory, within the CPF Advisory Committee members, just about how difficult it has been to quickly move on CPF purchases right now because of the increased activity in the market right now. Either that the pricing has gone up so high, or also that when a property might be offered for review, before we even get to that review, it's already been purchased. So they're aware of that. They just want to, they're trying to, come up or craft other ways that the town might be able to do outreaches, to be able to get in front of some of this, to be able to purchase more lands for open space or other uses. But right now, with the market being so hot that we're seeing and so expensive, it's been very difficult to see a lot of properties being preserved. But I know the town board is trying. Lastly, I want to bring to the board early November potential initiative that would be for giving priority parking for veterans. I'm talking to the chief, and I know the supervisor and I have discussed this. You see it in a lot of other townships. The county also uses it by giving preferred parking spaces for veterans at some of our parking lots. I think with Veterans Day upcoming right now, it could be something that the town can move forward to designate parking spots for some of our most cherished people. And I'll bring that to the board. I'll talk with Peter a little bit more about it, but maybe in November we can do something prior to Veterans Day. And with that, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Sylvia, do you have a report for us?
Sure, I'll try to be brief. So the Community Housing Opportunity Fund met. They had an update of the transfer tax for affordable housing from Tom Rule. We all have our own copy now, and we're going to be going through that. We discussed how the CHOF committee will be part of necessary plans for voters to consider in 2022. The CHOF plan was updated, and addendums were added in the last couple of years. And so we'll need to update, expand, and incorporate data from the 2020 census and work with the town to help develop a more comprehensive plan for the voters to consider. We discussed the Phillips property and what was presented to the town board at the October 12th meeting and work session. We're anxious to see that move ahead that project move ahead as soon as possible. We also had started to discuss the RV as an RV as a partial solution to some seasonal housing. And so we've looked at a pilot program legislation. We had a couple of folks that are interested in it, but not able to be on the call. So we're going to, again, revisit that idea on November, and we'll have an update to give to the community about how at least the CHOF committee feels about that, and give recommendations to the town board. The Energy Sustainability Committee met. Lauren Steinberg gave us a report on town board work session presentations, which included our NYPA replacement of LED street lights. And I still need to talk to the town board members and how they feel about moving forward on this project. We talked about the HVAC policy, that would be replacing heat pumps with replacing heat and air with heat pumps or geothermal for town buildings as they become as it becomes necessary and they need to be upgraded. And we talked about the grant project to add 20 EV charging stations here at Town Hall with possible solar and battery storage included. And we were all very supportive of these initiatives moving forward. Just want to remind folks that stop day is November 6th. That's Stop Throwing Out Pollutants. This is the time when you can get all your things that are cluttering up your garage and in closets where you want to get rid of old paint or thinner or any of these chemicals that need to be disposed of properly. This stop day is in Montauk. So Montauk only stop day. I sent around a poster or the flyer to all town board members, encouraging all town board members to please send it out to your committees so that they can participate in stop day instead of having it thrown anywhere that we don't need it to be thrown. Also at the Energy Sustainability Committee, Barry Rayback was a guest speaker who spoke about pollution issues that are coming from the airport, including noise, air, water, and visual pollution. His group, as you heard earlier today, would like to close the airport and believes that the acreage should be used and enjoyed by the 99% of East Hampton residents instead of the 1% who use it as an airport. There is also a request from the committee to add a village representative. We've had Barbara Borsak, was a frequent participant from the village, and we'd like to now reach out to the village to see if they can send a representative for energy sustainability. The Arts Council met. We welcomed Rick Modis as the new co-chair. If you would recall, Janet Jennings stepped down to work on Brooks Park property full-time. Scott Bludorn, the other co-chair, is also helping with the Brooks Park property. They have incorporated already and are now in the process of getting a 501c3. Brooks Park Art and Nature Center is the name of the entity. And we're hoping for updates to follow. The East Hampton Arts Council is very supportive of this project and happy to see it moving forward. We have lots of kudos to Janet Jennings and the group who are really putting this and taking on the project and putting it together. We talked about our website, the East Hampton Arts Council website and social media. So it's being revamped by Edwina Lucas. She'd like to kind of call it as an artist takeover, and making sure that artists are highlighted through our social media, that our local artists are highlighted. Rich Modis is also working with East Hampton Historical Society for an East Hampton High School alumni art show. And this was yoo-hoo. So this would be, since he's working with the East Hampton Historical Society, we're hopeful that it would be in the Mulford Barn. This is, working towards a spring exhibition of the artists that are alumni at East Hampton High School. And I'll just a shout out to East Hampton. It has a very robust and wonderful arts program. And thank you so much for being part of this community and supporting arts just through, having our students be exposed to so much art within the high school and within the community itself. That project that Rich was going to do was interrupted by the pandemic. So we're hoping to get back on track. And that is all I have for today.
Great. Thank you, Sylvia. Jeff, do you have a report for us?
Yes. I met with the LTV board, and much of the discussion was on new projects, some of which are in motion, but I'm not supposed to talk about entirely in detail yet until they're finalized. But one of the discussions that was pretty interesting was an idea brought in by Valerie DiLorenzo to stage a play, which I'm not going to name because it involves buying the rights, but it deals with a very current issue of mental health that is of concern to the high school. And of course, J.P. Foster, president of the school board, is on the board of LTV now, and was very interested in connecting up if the play could be produced and bringing the high school in to some extent, an involvement. And Adam Fine also is very interested in moving the project forward. So we had sort of a preliminary discussion about it. And actually, Minerva Perez, who is also on the board and a great new member of the board, thought the idea was of particular interest to members of our community who are Latino, and that maybe we could make it accessible in Spanish language, and she's going to help make that happen. And they're talking about it being, sort of a combined benefit and charitable event, maybe ticket pricing, but some aspect of accessibility for folks who might not ordinarily be able to pay to get in. I'd like to tell you more about it, but I don't want to because they're negotiating over the rights. There's been some communications between LTV and the church in Sag Harbor about possibly working together on projects. It sounded like it was an exciting meeting. The high school now has 2 new cooking classrooms, and they're instituting, I guess, a stronger commercial cooking program. And again, I think it's helpful to have JP on the board because there could be a connection there that LTV might make, bringing in some of the kids to do a cooking show. They're still working on their community intern video interviews, some of which are finished. They are doing some staged readings of local plays. The Amagansett Village Improvement Society is intending to start a show on LTV, which I think is great. Working on a play that's going to be produced there, Into the Woods, which is a pretty well-known play. They have a new hire. Gnu Benton is a member of the Shinnecock Nation, and he's an award-winning videographer, so they're very happy to have him on board. And Minerva brought up the possibility of working on a local Spanish language news show, a daily news show, or I think it was coordinating with an existing online show with LTV to do, I think the idea is to do kind of local, something like La Prensa local, like local Spanish language news. So a lot of exciting ideas. They're in good shape. Financially, they're very grateful to the town for the funding that the town gave them in the coming year. Very happy about that, very appreciative. And, I expressed the fact, again, which Peter and I talked about, that we were very grateful for the terrific effort they made in COVID, really strong work that they did to keep us up and running. So it was a happy meeting with a lot of new ideas, and, it's remarkably well organized and well run and energetic and full of a lot of new ideas. So it's kind of a fun meeting. We also met in the Airport Management Advisory Committee, and essentially we were going over a lot of what we discussed today, trying to sort of parse out in a little bit more detail, how we came to organize the re-envisioning process and set it up, as a decision-making process that ranged from closure to other designs for the airport to the status quo. We talked about the temporary closure that would be required to recapture local control over the airport, and we talked about some of the ways moving forward, some of the things that we could do moving forward using local control, largely along the lines of what Bill O'Connor talked to us today. There was a little pushback. I would say that really overwhelmingly the reviews I've gotten on the re-envisioning process have been very favorable, extremely favorable. Cheryl Gold, who is a regular person who's I would characterize as an airport opponent, very well-informed person. She was less enthusiastic about it, and in particular, she wanted to be sure that her comments, she had submitted comments that were critical of the air quality testing that Dr. Wubbles did, and she had a number of comments. So she agreed to send them to me, and I've passed them along to Bill O'Connor. And, we reassured her that all of the consultant reports are considered to be drafts until we finally make them final, and that the public input that we've gotten has improved them, actually. So her comments are on the way, and I expect that they'll be answered there. We did talk about the issues that we were just touched on here about whether we could change from the Delta class to, I don't know what the word is for E, John. Echo class. And that apparently is in the works. And from what I understand, it means you have to stay connected to TRACON and file a flight plan, and there's a higher qualification for instrument flights requirements to enter that space. And we discussed the purpose of a tower in terms of organizing traffic within that 5-mile radius around the airport and avoiding the G-class see and be seen type organization. And HMMH is helping on that issue of changing to Class D, and they're on the job. I'm just trying to see.
We announced earlier it was done. We went from a Class G to a Class E. It's effective December 2nd.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it was still in the works. Teresa McCaskey also was less enthusiastic about the program, about the re-envisioning program that we did. And just trying to think if there's anything I'm missing. There was some discussion over PPR at prior permission required at the Montauk Airport, a little bit of a debate as to whether or not it was really happening. And we discussed the fact that it's contained in a formal FAA document, and that's the way the FAA disseminates the rules for the airport. And that council, I had spoken to council before in the days before the call, and their position is, look, it's an FAA document. We don't question an FAA document. There may be more information that we need. We'll see if that comes out along the way. And then, as you know, I did go to the Montauk United meeting in Montauk. It was a large meeting. I think I would guess there were probably 200 people, 250 people there. It was a very intense meeting. I would say that the most of the people who spoke were in favor of were airport supporters and didn't want to see any change in the airport. It was I was rather surprised, actually. Well, let me just say again, the big takeaway for me is that Montauk wants to be heard, doesn't want to be considered a poor stepchild, is very afraid that we would dump traffic on them, which I think it's clear from our discussion is not the case, that we're aware of it. And I think they wanted a reassurance that we have their back. It was not an easy meeting to attend. There were a lot of folks who were pretty angry and upset. One of the key speakers was the CEO of Blade, which I found a little unusual because virtually all of the people sitting in the audience were wearing buttons with the message, "No helicopters," silhouette of a helicopter with a slash in front of it, like "No helicopters." The CEO got a good round of applause, which I found a little strange because Blade is certainly one of the reasons that we have the number of complaints that we have, and their letters to us have not been friendly. Frankly, I view them as kind of threatening. And all I can say is, as is always the case, as far as I'm concerned, when I go to Montauk, when Montauk speaks, you have to listen. They have a streak of independence that is kind of welcome in a way. This was a difficult meeting because they really did not want to hear any message because they're. So I basically listened. They're basically worried. They're fearful, and the only takeaway that I have that's on the larger scale or at a higher altitude is something I said earlier, which is they have the same fear that so many people that we talk to in town have, that the escalating helicopter traffic is going to wreck the peace and quiet, such as it is in Montauk. And so I find that, that kernel of truth somewhat encouraging, because it does say to me that we do all have we're looking at the same problem. They're worried about exactly what people who are complaining to us about having a better quality of life are looking for. So I think the message out to Montauk has to be, that we hear you, we'll protect you. We may not have all the answers because there are some things about diversion that we really can't know, but we'll do our homework. We'll come up with a plan. And I think we do have to be prepared along the way to adjust our plan in light of circumstances, because things may change as we do whatever we do. We change the mix of traffic. If we eliminate some quantity of traffic, of the noisiest traffic, it means that we're eliminating helicopters. So if we do that, yes, there is a possibility of diversion. It's not something we can arrive at with a mathematical formula, but we can certainly be energetic and attentive and reassure them that we're not shifting traffic around in the sky. And frankly, in all the time I've worked with the town board, no one has ever embraced that idea that just moving traffic in the sky is going to do us any good. We know we have to solve the problem together. So that's my more positive takeaway from a meeting that was pretty difficult. It was not a warm meeting for anybody that's involved in the re-envisioning process. And I do think they're afraid of what local control might mean. And my hope is that as we move forward, it'll become more clear. And I think it's going to make us a happier town, and it's going to give us a better quality of life, because we've been waiting for this for decades, and it's a real opportunity to take some bold action. I think we need to really fix the problem. So I hope that they will wait on developments and have a little patience with us, and be assured that we'll listen to them, because we will. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jeff. There will be a dedication of the Amagansett Youth Park in honor of Lee Hayes, Lieutenant Lee Hayes, former Tuskegee Airman, on Sunday, October 24th at noon. And the youth park is at the intersection of Abraham's Path and Town Lane. There's also, as I confirmed with Jeannie Croza earlier today, the rebid for the Springs Library roof and chimney has gone out on the 14th. We're waiting for that to come back, and hopefully we can have a qualified bidder respond and get that roof replaced. There was a great deal of interest by the Springs board as to what was happening with the Springs Library restoration work and renovations. Drew Bennett, as you know, we retained to produce plans to improve the ADA access to the building. That includes redoing the rear ramp entrance, as well as improvements to the library bathroom to make sure that that's ADA accessible. We expect any day actually to be receiving that. He had some delay.
Just received it this morning, Peter. So
it did come in today. Great.
Just today.
Excellent. So we'll try to get that out to bid as soon as possible. Glad to hear that came in. Also, there's been interest in pollinator garden at our aquaponic solar farm. The solar farm is, I think, roughly 6 acres, but oftentimes in conjunction with the solar arrays, it's recommended to be able that you could also improve the environment by adding pollinator types of plants that help support our local pollinators, which we obviously rely on extremely heavily. There's been a decline of pollinating species throughout New York and the country, and I think mostly due to pesticide use. We encourage people to not use pesticides. You have to use them, be very judicious about that. So that's moving forward. ACAC did have a meeting, which I was unable to attend because Jeff and I were in a debate with the GGG, but they did discuss a topic that they've discussed before, which is the parking lot lighting. And there's expanded discussion about, since we've been talking about redoing streetlights within the town, converting to LED, that particular stretch of Main Street in Amagansett, I think suffers from the fact that they have beautiful large shade trees, and the street lighting as it is tucked between those trees, and that casts shadows at night. So there's not a consistent, even lighting. We did have several years back a fatality there. Someone crossing the road was unseen because of that light dark, probably because of that light dark component. But in any case, there's definitely room for improving the lighting there. Happy to engage with them and planning department to come up with a plan as we look at street lighting throughout the town to present something maybe perhaps more like the village of downtown village Montauk. We converted those lights to LED, but they have more of a historic cast iron light, similar to the ones that we installed here at Town Hall to replace those little mushroom lamps. There will be an affordable housing forum at East Hampton High School on October 26th in the auditorium at 6:30 p.m. I will be present and participating in that panel discussion about the affordable housing crisis. All of our local businesses are impacted by the high cost of housing, as is the school district. The school districts are also impacted, and I don't have to tell you as fellow board members that it has an impact on the municipality's ability to hire and retain staff as well. So we'll be discussing a number of options. We'll be discussing the recently signed legislation that was sponsored by Fred Thiel and Senator Palumbo, signed into being by Governor Hochul. Very pleased that the Community Housing Fund is now been signed. It's up to the town now to develop a plan for how those funds can and will be spent, and different projects that would be eligible, and a process for assessing them. So we'll have further discussions about that as well. I'll also be participating in an express sessions, a panel discussion about public beach access, the impediments to it, the threats to it with rising sea levels. This is more of a generic discussion that will be, again, on 10/28 at 6 p.m. But while I'm on that topic, the board, I'm sure, is aware that on Napeague Beach, the town was forced to enforce the court-ordered TRO this past Sunday, as a number of folks had a protest, and that was all extremely orderly. I want to commend all participants for, doing that in an orderly fashion. That's one of our most cherished rights, is to peacefully demonstrate in our democracy. And so I want to commend them for their peaceful actions. We were forced to write 14 violations, and that will, I'm sure, be contested in the courts. But that's really all I can say about that topic at this point. The southern pine beetles, as we heard on the 14th of September. This has been a very strong resurgence. Trees that are not cut quickly and disposed of will just add to the exponential increase and spread of this pest, which was never able to really gain a foothold here in the past because the winter temperatures were too cold and the beetles couldn't survive. That's no longer the case. It's been a number of years since we really had significantly cold weather. This year, particularly bad outbreak. To date this year, the staff have inspected 129 private properties. They've marked 4,538 pitch pine trees with infestation. There are a couple, I think, hot spots at this point. Georgia Estates and Wainscott has had 1,452 trees that have been marked, and this is since late August. The most recent remarking included 892 trees. The owners have been working to cut these. We do provide owners with free inspections. So if you have concerns about whether or not beetles are infecting your pitch pine trees, you can call the land management department and staff will come out and do a free inspection. We do also offer, if you have infected trees and you are taking them down, we give waivers for the dump so that that material can be disposed of without any charges at the transfer site. They get ground up and end up being wood chips and part of our composting. But those waivers are only good for trees that have active infection. And the reason is that we want to encourage people to cut them before the beetles emerge and spread. Also, sadly, we're seeing in the state parklands north of that peak stretch that between 300 to 500 trees in that area have recently shown signs of early stages southern pine beetle. The DEC and state parks are both aware, and we're helping coordinate a management effort. We've offered to assist with further inspections, but I just want to bring you up to date on that. I have a resolution that I'll be sponsoring that will approve a license agreement for Care One Concierge. This is the company that's currently doing COVID testing 3 days a week at the CDCH center. They have the ability to expand their testing about 50 people a day in Wainscott right now, 3 days a week. There is no charge for the testing. It's free. And they are operating between the hours of 10 and 6 on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Again, we'll be looking to expand that, and MedEvolve will be leaving. We're terminating that agreement by resolution today as well. The samples, once received by the lab, there's a guarantee of a 24-hour turnaround of the results. One of the issues that we had with MedEvolve was their capacity and the ability to turn around the tests in a timely way. Most recently, that's of concern to us. I think we all agree that without quick turnaround times, the testing is really of no use. So as they expand, they will likely take over the town hall site here, and they would be able to also provide testing perhaps by mobile van. We'll see what the demand is in Montauk, but there will be continuing testing in Montauk as well. I'll have a resolution on to appoint Jess Frost to the Town Property Management Committee. Jess was an active participant in the past and is ready to rejoin us. We appreciated her input. She also had been instrumental in founding and operating the Arts Center at Duck Creek. We had a discussion last work session about the budget, and I know I had presented initially a budget stayed underneath the 2% tax cap, and it encouraged board members to consider significant and aggressive regrading of a number of titles. And I know that the board has unanimously supported that that move. Right now, I think we're regrading over 100 titles. Kathy had brought up, made a suggestion to look at some additional titles, which we've done, and we've incorporated them. I'm happy to announce that we have been able to shift things around to accommodate that and still stay under the 2% tax cap. Some of the ability to do so relates to the use of ARPA funds for some of the additional COVID increases in grants to local charitable organizations. And so that's the preliminary budget will be released later, than the 28th of October, with the hearing date scheduled for November 4th. And we need to adopt it by the November 18th hearing. 18th meeting. On Sunday, I was unable to go to the Montauk United meeting about the airport, as I was attending the celebration of Nancy Kelly's life at Guildhall. It was a very moving and emotional event celebrating her life. Her family and friends eulogized her in a very moving way, and particularly that of her sons. It really was an incredibly uplifting experience, looking at the contributions that Nancy provided our community over her life. They were significant for more than 20 years. She was at the Nature Conservancy and influenced policy and the preservation of thousands of acres of land, the restoration of our environment, restrictions on the exploitation of the fish stocks of Menhaden. And we've seen the benefits of that in the last few years as the Menhaden populations have rebounded. We now have whales regularly along our beaches in the summer. We're seeing a resurgence in all sorts of sea life, from mammals to birds. Eagle populations are starting to come back here now as well due to that abundance of food. The town board recently passed a resolution to dedicate a 6-acre nature preserve on Occobannock Harbor in honor of Nancy's life, and there will be a formal dedication take place in the near future. And that's all I have. We have resolutions.
I do.
Kathy, you have resolutions to offer?
Resolution 2021-1167 is to establish a leave bank, shared time for a human services employee.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
1168 is approval of a special event permit for the spring school. It's their 2021 spring school turkey trot, various town roads on Monday, November 22nd from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
I apologize. I got thrown. I just want to add one thing we missed is the ribbon cutting for the spring school yesterday was spectacular. I know Peter, Kathy, and I were there.
Yeah.
It's a transformer to the school. I thank Senator Palumbo and Assemblyman Thiel for showing there, and to Deb Winters. And for my children and my family, I thank the Springs community for rallying around the bond to be able to provide greater early educational services to the Springs community. Sorry, that's where my mind went to.
No apology necessary, David. I thank you for bringing that up.
Long meeting, I understand. Yeah. With that, I'd like to offer Resolution 2021-1169. This is authorized payment to Anthony Littman for receipts from 2020 and 2021 for the amount of $48.16.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
Resolution 2021-1170 is a change order number 2 for 19 Joshua Edwards. This is a house where can I put this? Pursuant to our 2021-1070 resolution, the town board approved change order in the amount of $10,180 for a total contract of $74,581. We'd like to acquire, the town would like to require additional work consisting of replacement of 2 existing decks at the recommendation of the building inspector, repair some damage caused by infestation of carpenter ants and water, installation of cabinet doors, and repair of a previously unforeseen leak. The contractor has provided 4 separate cost proposals. Resolved that the change order number 2 is in the amount of $17,348 is hereby approved. The total contract has now been increased to $91,929.50. And as you may recall, it doesn't say it in the resolution that this is for an affordable housing that we're putting back on the market as soon as we get the repairs done.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed, carried. Thank you, Sylvia. Resolution 1171 is list appointment of police officers. Kevin Rice and Kenneth Fromm hereby appointed to the position of police officer training academy and will begin the Suffolk County Police Academy on the 25th of October with a starting salary of $57,414.86.
Second.
Actually, I should also include that William Hamilton and Robert Schneider be hereby appointed position of Police Officer Training Academy will be placed on unpaid leave until the start of the the Suffolk County Police Department Academy class, which is scheduled for early December.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. 1172 is to appoint part-time school crossing guards, Joseph Chaco and Paul Gonzalez, and that is at a rate of $20 per hour and effective October 24th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. 1173 is to transfer provisional building inspector to ordinance department. This is for Louis Bermeo, and that is an hourly rate of $30.65, grade 29, step 1, and that will be retroactive to October 11th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. 1174 is compensation payout for AG Valeria, and that is $5,236.77, representing 135.2 hours in compensatory time.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed. Carried. 1175 is authorized payment, consent order, and budget mod for New York State DC. And this relates to Properties Industrial Road in Waynescott and 47 acres, collectively known the properties, which is basically at the airport Industrial Road. And this would pay the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Division of Environmental Remediation for their invoice in the amount of $49,070.17. That's coming out of the SX outside professional line, the amount of that, and that same amount, and going to payments in the same amount to DC.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed. Carried. 1176 is to authorize a license agreement with Care One Concierge for COVID testing at 110 Stephen Hans Path, former CPCH building.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. Resolution 1177 is to terminate license agreement with Medivol for COVID testing in Montauk.
Second.
This is, yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 1178 is terminate license agreement with Medivol for COVID testing 159 Panago Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed, carried. We do have a number of items to discuss in exec session. Probably is a good idea for people to grab something to eat, so we could reconvene at 4:30. Does that work for people?
That works. I don't have a list. I move that we adjourn for exec session to discuss land.
I have a list.
I have a list here. Kathy, you want to offer it then?
Yeah, to discuss CPF, advice of counsel on 3 airport issues, a litigation update, and possible Supreme Court action.
Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. So let's convene at 4:30. Work for everyone?
That's working.
Right.
I'll send the link.
Thanks.
Stay safe and be well, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
LTV. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks,
Thank you all.
Jason.